The Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Chairman King.
Here.
Vice Chair Hernandez. Here. Ancia, Darby, Davis, Guerin, Ian.
Here.
Hull, McQueenie, Metcalf, Phelan, Raymond, Smithy, Thompson.
Here.
Turner.
We have a quorum. All right. As a reminder, anyone present invited to testify before the committee will need to register at the kiosks located in the hallways behind the hearing room. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact the committee staff. As noted in our hearing posting, the committee will hear from invited testimony only today. There is an overflow room in 120, and the air is getting turned down. So just to clear up, hopefully it clears up some confusion, the posting is the entire charge was posted. We're not taking up everything in that charge today. This is a initial hearing concerning data centers and the investment. We're going to hear from PUC and ERCOT and several data center developers that are currently building and try to get a baseline on truth and not misinformation. We will hear from public comment at a later hearing, probably later in this month. We're going to say data center a lot through this interim. So if we don't get to the subject you came here for, stay tuned. It will happen probably at the next hearing. I did. Anything else? Okay. Well, we're going to get started then. Chair calls Pablo Vegas and Thomas Gleason. So, Chairman Gleason, just for the record, please state your name and who you represent.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Thomas Gleason, Chairman of the Public Utility Commission of Texas.
Okay. Pablo, would you?
For the record, Pablo Vegas, President and CEO of ERCOT.
Perfect. So I think we will start. Start, Pablo. Pablo, we're starting with you. So if you have an opening statement, that'd be great.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair King and Vice Chair Hernandez and distinguished members of the State Affairs Committee. Appreciate the opportunity.
You'll pull your microphone a little closer?
Yeah. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss the important developments and changes that are going on in the ERCOT market. Today I'm going to cover a few key themes. I'd like to talk a little bit about how the generation queue mix has evolved since the last time we spoke. Talk a little bit about the scale of the large load requests that have been coming in. This is the advancement of the data centers, artificial intelligence, machine learning capabilities, the whole changing landscape there. And then I want to spend a little time talking about a change to the interconnection process that we are working through right now. We have seen some significant challenges in the old way of connecting large loads into the ERCOT grid based on the volume and the pace of changes that are happening. And so we've got some proposed changes that are fairly significant that I think it's important to understand and should really make a difference in helping the ongoing development of these important resources. So on the slide deck that is being handed out, I'll start on slide 2, where we talk a little bit about the generation interconnection requests. Right now, we have over 450,000 megawatts of generation, generation resources that are planned to connect, or that are expressing interest in connection. We still see the large dominant interest on solar and battery resources. Those two combined make up over 340,000 megawatts of that 450,000 queue. One thing of note, for the first time, the gas queue is actually higher than the wind queue. It's the first time we've seen that in a long time. Gas queue is at 60,000 megawatts, and our wind queue is just under 50,000 right now. Part of that, we started to see that growth happen right after the Texas Energy Fund was approved a couple of years ago. And then, of course, with the expected growth that's coming, I think we're starting to see projects being put into the queue on the potential of being able to develop those alongside of some of the significant growth we're seeing in the large loads across Texas. So that's a positive trend. On slide 3, I get into the large load interconnection request. I've got a few slides that break this down, but what's really important on this slide is showing kind of where the state of progress is on a lot of these. If you see the bar charts on the left side of the third slide, all of those that are in orange are those that have not yet really begun the process of we call the studies, where they go through the planning studies with the transmission company and with ERCOT. So the large majority have not yet begun that process. Those that are in purple have started the study process. So you see that's a much smaller segment going across the years. And then as you get even further down, you'll see very, very small amounts that have actually had planning studies approved or are ready to energize or actually observed as being energized. This queue is over 410,000 megawatts. That's a huge, huge change since the last time we talked about the growth of data centers. It's been growing rapidly over the last year and a half, and really in the last month and a half, we saw a big chunk of new projects come into this queue, jumping it up over 130,000 megawatts. Of these, over 80% of these, around 87%, are data centers. So there are other projects in here, traditional large industrial development projects, but the large majority of these are data centers. I break down this queue in the next couple slides. I'm not going to spend time going through these. You can just see we've got them as they have been submitted on slide 4. So it kind of shows in the last dozen or so quarters when we received these connection requests. The slide 5 after that shows by transmission service provider the number of projects and the size of the megawatts that they've submitted into the queue. So you can see that in increasing order going down the slide. And then on the 6th slide, we show the queue based on when they expect or are asking to go into service, so when they would actually be energizing. And so you can see the lion's share of these projects are really beginning to energize or proposing to energize later into 2027, a lot in 2028, and then it starts to taper down as you go into 29 and into 2030. So the big interest is really in the next 2 to 3 years, which is really where the challenge in the infrastructure window is, because as you know, it takes time to develop power plants and supply to serve. It takes time to develop transmission lines and build those in order to connect. So these next 2 to 3 years are really critical, which is why the process of this large load interconnection process is needing to change so that we can try to optimize that connection window. Slide 7 gets into that new subject of this process. And I want to spend a minute kind of explaining the way things work today, why it's having a problem, and what we're proposing to do about that. So today, when a large load comes to Texas and wants to interconnect, or historically, let's say, they have worked with their transmission service provider first to understand what kind of upgrades are going to be needed to serve them. So are they going to need new substations? Are they going to need potentially additional capacity on the transmission lines themselves? But what would be needed in order to serve that project? They would work with that transmission company, determine what those upgrades would do. The transmission company would do studies and work with them to understand those requirements. And then once that was done, they would send those studies to ERCOT, and we would look at that, and we'd look at it in the context of the transmission grid in that area, making sure that that project considers all things that are happening on the electric system in that project area. If we see that it can be connected stably, we would provide our approval to that study, and then the project developer would at that point have a green light to go ahead and build their facility at that location. That could take, if it was a steel plant or a chemical refiner or a large manufacturer, a chip manufacturer, it could take anywhere from 3, 4, 5 years to develop that infrastructure. During that time, in theory, the transmission company would be developing and upgrading whatever they needed to serve that customer, and the system would kind of move together to be ready to serve this large customer at that particular place. And that process had worked very well for decades because we hadn't seen significant, huge volumes of these types of projects all at the same time. At the end of that process, there's one more set of studies that happen, which is effectively once they've built the facility, we want to take another look and make sure that as built, the way it's going to electrically connect and operate in the system is going to be able to do so in a stable way. And so there's a final study that happens, and then they get an approval to energize at that point. And so then they get the green light and they can connect. That's the current process today. What's happened as data centers have come into the forecast and into the development queue is we see some changes to this overall cycle. One of the changes is that the volume is much higher. So versus having a handful of projects a quarter that are developing and moving, we were seeing dozens and dozens of projects every month getting added into this queue process. The other thing that's significantly different is that data centers can build their facilities faster than large manufacturing or other industrial businesses. And so while they may not get to the peak usage in a year or two, they can generally get to beginning to use electricity at a facility within 12 to 24 months typically. And then they can grow and step up into their capacity over the next couple of years following that. And so what we started to see is that the pace of the development was very, very fast, and the volumes were getting very high. What that led to was a problem. When we gave that planning study approval to a project, and they had that green light to develop, what was happening is that multiple parallel projects were developing in that same area. They would show up, go through a study process, get a review, and then they would develop. And then what we were starting to see is that in the midst of somebody's development of a project, it would change the transmission topology, the landscape at that location, and the requirements were all of a sudden difficult to get met because one project was fine, the 2 or 3 that were coming right next to it were changing the requirements at that location, requiring us to go back and restudy it. And in some cases, making changes to the transmission requirements in that area in order to be able to serve the multiple projects. What that did was delay projects. It created uncertainty. And so developers who were putting billions of dollars into investments in the state of Texas were facing this untenable situation where they could get approval, get funding and financing, start to develop, and then see the requirements change in the middle of that cycle. And so we recognized that we needed to change that process in order for this to be able to work for the economy of Texas and for the growth that we want to see happen here. And so what we're proposing to do instead now is have what we call a batch study, where we take all of the projects at a point in time and we study them together at the same time. This is across all of ERCOT. And so what that will do is it will allow us to look at the system at the same time and identify the transmission that's available to serve all of these projects that are proposing to connect over the next 5 years. And what we can do is we can allocate out the capacity that's going to be available in each of those subsequent years. So looking into 27, 28, 29, and 30, we can identify the transmission capacity that will be available based on what's there today and what's getting built over the next 4 or 5 years. Then we can allocate to those projects and say, okay, at this site, there's this amount of capacity that you can have at each of these years. And it may be incrementing and changing over that period of time. Then if the project says, well, great, that works for me, I can use that capacity, it's enough for the project I'm going to do, we would actually hold that capacity for them. That's a big change from what we do today, because today we don't hold transmission capacity for projects. We basically give that planning study approval, we do that last ready to energize approval, but we don't reserve or hold transmission capacity for any customers. It's an open access, come as you will, develop as quickly as you can. It's kind of an open framework, and that's actually how it works in most parts of the country too. But here, we're recognizing that's not going to work for economic development. You're going to have to provide some certainty. And so we want to be able to do that, and we think this batch process, which we would do every year. So this year, we're proposing to start a batch 0, which would take all of these projects that have advanced very far, are ready to start energizing later this year, next year, into early 2028, and we start to run those and make sure we get a baseline of all those projects, get all the transmission allocated that we have, and then next year we would run another batch and then build on that and a subsequent and a subsequent. And we would do that year in, year out in order to help continue to show what that growth trajectory looks like, make good, smart decisions on what transmission should be built only for projects that we know are going to be built because they will have to meet a set of requirements in order to get into these studies. And in order to hold that transmission, they'll have to be able to prove that they've owned the land and they've got leases available to do so, that they have potentially ordered the equipment necessary to build all of the infrastructure to serve them. very likely a pretty significant financial security would have to be put down in order to hold that spot and to make sure that that transmission will be allocated for them. All these criteria would make sure that the bar is high enough so that if we're going to start to build transmission for them, we know that it's prudent transmission and that those projects are going to be there to use it, and that it's not going to be something that's going to be wasted or stranded in the future. So that's the idea behind getting a high bar on the criteria to make sure that these projects are serious projects and that we make investment decisions with ratepayer money that is going to be well made. And so that's the process change that we're proposing to do and why we're proposing to do it. The last couple of slides that I've got, slide 8 and 9, show a bit of the timeline that we're working towards on this batch zero. Our goal is to have all of the rules around that batch zero and that entry criteria completed and in front of our board of directors by this June. And then that would allow us to bring it to the Public Utility Commission for their review. And if they choose to approve that, they could do that in July. And so then we would propose to begin that first batch zero in August. We would run that through the balance of the year. Decisions on what transmission is available would come out early next year, and we would start this whole process of getting everybody lined up ready to connect. There are related PUC activities. I'll let Chairman Gleason address those. He's got more of that in his comments. And then lastly, we're planning to really update our process of how we're communicating to projects. That's been one of the things that's been difficult, is having a clear line of communication to project developers on what's the status of their project, where are they in these study processes. So beginning next week, we're going to start having a regular cadence of communicating to the transmission service providers what's going on with each of their projects, where we see it in the study process today, and we'll continue that going forward so that the transmission companies can communicate to their customers, the data centers or the others, on how their projects are progressing. That completes my opening remarks. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go with you, Chairman Gleason, and then we'll go to questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee. Mr. Chairman, as we discussed, I'll be very brief in my comments. You all should have received in your handouts a packet that has 5 rules that the PUC is currently working on related to large load interconnections. Based on Pablo's testimony, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to focus really just on 2. So the first one would be kind of in the middle of the packet. It's labeled Project 58481, Rulemaking to Implement Large Load Interconnection Standards. You know, as Pablo was talking about the batch study, this is really the rule that will affect that the most. This is where we will determine kind of what those gating issues are to get into the batch and how high those thresholds have to be. We are in process of doing this right now. As Pablo said, we're trying to get something to the ERCOT board by June. So at the next PUC open meeting, which is on the 17th of this month, next Friday, we will have a very robust discussion about this and come up with the gating issues and the thresholds for batch zero. And then I would direct you to the very last page, and that rule is really the evaluation of transmission costs. You may remember from last session, this was heavily discussed. Obviously, with all the data centers coming into the state and the amount of transmission that we're talking about being built, how we allocate those costs is going to be extremely important. I know it's a very important issue to you all. It is to us as well. The majority of this build out is being done for these large loads, not for residential customers. So as we view it at the PUC, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that the cost of this build out does not fall on the backs of residential ratepayers. So through this project, we're going to figure out how to allocate those costs appropriately. We've used a methodology that you've probably heard a lot talked about last session called the 4 coincident peak model. We will be moving away from that. We're in the process of getting comments from folks about what changes need to be made in order to more properly allocate these costs. What I can tell you is the current construct is not adequate. And so we will move away from that construct. We'll be looking at things like, do there need to be more coincident peaks in the year? Do you increase the intervals for which those peaks occur? Do we need to look at having new rate classes so you kind of differentiate between what we all would consider traditional large industrial loads and these new ultra large loads, these hyperscale units? And so we're working through that. Senate Bill 6 requires us to complete that rulemaking by the end of the year. I know one of the things that's always important to you all is whether or not we will complete all of our rulemakings from one session before the next session. These 5 rulemakings, which were the largest coming out of the last legislative session, will all be completed before the next legislative session. And I think together, all of these rules really create a framework for us to be able to plan and interconnect large loads appropriately and reliably, while also ensuring that the costs are borne by those that are putting it on the system. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll conclude my prepared remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Members' questions? Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As these data center projects apply, they're required to put up a deposit. Is my understanding, is that correct?
Yes, sir, there will be a financial commitment piece.
Is it refundable?
So as the rule is currently written and proposed, 80% of it would be non-refundable, 20% would be refundable.
If it came to a situation where a guy needs 100 megawatts and we come to him and say, we're only going to get you 50, can he get his money back then?
So as it's currently written, that financial commitment would be made at the very front end. What I can tell you is, and you all know this from hearing the comments about our PUC rulemakings over time, the goal of the rule as proposed is to elicit comments. So typically staff will put that rule out and go as far out as they think is appropriate, knowing that through the process, you can always pull it back, you can't go any further. So I do not expect that the way it is currently proposed is how it will end up. And I do believe that we will have to look at making that part refundable. One of the things with the financial commitment and all of the issues around interconnection, they serve 2 purposes. We want those entities that are putting the costs on the system to pay for them. But as Pablo said, the numbers of interconnection requests are so high, we also are looking to these as gating issues to kind of funnel down what is real and what isn't. And
In other words, who's going to really build it and who's speculating
Yes,
on it?
sir. And so we're trying to balance those 2 things. But yes, as I sit here right now, I agree that having a financial commitment that is not refundable before you even know what your megawatt allocation is and if your project is viable is something we have to look at, and I think will change.
One other question about that. Representative McQueen and I've got a friend who already had about $6 million in the queue, and then he got 6 days notice for an additional $24 million. 2 of those days were Saturday and Sunday. And I don't know about everybody in this room, but coming up with $24 million in 4 business days it's unrealistic. They made it, but it's an unrealistic demand. Can we somehow address that issue?
Yeah, so I would want to talk to that transmission company about what required that. But yeah, one of the things that we'll work through in our rulemaking is you're right, there are a lot of projects, especially they're being considered as kind of firm baseload in batch 0 that Pablo referenced. They've already put up a lot of money that we know are real, and so the financial commitment for those projects is probably going to need to be different than for projects that are not as mature.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. McQueen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So batch 0, we're still in the rulemaking process for establishing how batch 0 is going to work, but it sounds like, as Chairman Guerin referenced, some of these batch 0 guys are already getting bills. How is it fair to business and industry in the state of Texas for us to be asking for a $15 to $25 million commitment without any visibility of when these things are going to go online, and with you still in the rulemaking process? How do you justify that?
Yeah, so the hope is the goal of the rules, even before the rules when we're looking at batch 0, is to give that certainty. So the whole idea behind batch is the change to commit capacity is a really big one, like Pablo mentioned. And so the hope coming out of this is that companies will know how much power they can get and on what schedule so they can make proper business decisions. That's something that doesn't exist right now in the current process because of this kind of doom loop, as I would describe it, of constant reanalysis. And so that's the goal for that. But again, companies that have already put up a lot of money, I think, are going to have to be treated differently because we don't want to negatively impair their ability to do business for doing what they should have been doing, which is putting up financial commitments early on in the process to prove that they are real projects.
Is it accurate that we've done this, though? We've asked for these big financial commitments without any visibility on the other side of when they're going to get energized and how much energy they're going to get. We've actually done that as a state.
So at this point, the we in that would be the transmission distribution companies have asked for money. At this point, like as Chairman Guerin referenced, the $50,000 non-refundable piece, that is not something that has been asked of anyone at this point.
So what was the number, how did that $24 million number come about? What was that, that's 50,000, I mean, the numbers added up where it was 50,000 times the wattage equals, and that's what his bill was. I mean,
So-
so you're saying that's not accurate, that
So
we've
we
got
have-
bad facts, or
We have not implemented that yet, no, sir. So,
have your transmission companies implemented that? Is there a
So-
potential that they would have jumped the gun and done that?
so I don't know if they have jumped the gun. I know throughout the process, they're going to ask for contributions to aid in their construction of facilities.
As they should.
Yes.
I got
And
no
s-
problem. We don't want abandoned power lines. We don't want we don't want ratepayer. We got to protect the ratepayers. But it sounds to me like we've got some companies out there that have jumped the gun on what they think you're going to do while you guys are still in the rulemaking process on how Batch Zero is going to work. And I think that's a problem. I mean, that's a problem with no visibility of how much they're going to get and when they're going to get it.
So I know you
Would you
have-
agree with that statement of mine or no?
Yes, if they are unaware of when they're going to fully energize, asking them from the state standpoint to put up that $50,000, I think is problematic, which is why we'll try to address it. To your specific example, I would need to know kind of what led to that by talking to the TDU.
I've got two of them. I've got two of them that have come to me this week. So, I think we've got a problem there. We need to get that figured out.
Yeah, so again, I would want to know exactly what that $24 million or 30 in total was being used for and why it was asked for by the transmission company.
Do you anticipate a prioritization in Batch Zero of people that are bringing their own energy, where they're going to build it, where they're building it themselves, willing to increase reliability of the grid because they're willing to put it back on the grid and ratchet back at this data center or whatever they're building? If asked by you guys, will you guys be prioritizing the folks that are ready and have bought and ready to bring their own energy that would, in my opinion, help our grid be more reliable and give you guys more flexibility, or are they just getting thrown in with everybody else?
So I can talk to the approach we're taking there. We are looking to find pathways for a couple of different scenarios that we think would accelerate the ability to get connected to the grid. One of them is the scenario you're describing, where you're developing your own generation in kind of a behind-the-meter scenario that could facilitate getting connected more quickly. We have started kind of a protocol planning process for that scenario, as well as one where the customer, the data center, can be flexible and responsive to needs of the grid as well, where they could pull back their demand and be able to use less energy at a time when there's grid scarcity. Both of those scenarios could provide relief in a particular area of the system and allow for a connection sooner as a result of that. We're trying to get the rules around both of those established to be able to do that in Batch Zero. We're working through that in parallel. There's a lot to get developed, as you can imagine. Changing this whole interconnection study process is a very significant change in the overall protocols and the way we do things today. Adding in these other elements adds to the complexity of the modeling to be able to do that. We're trying to get that done for Batch Zero. If we can't get it done for Batch Zero, we will have it done for the next one, and it will affect all of those that follow. But we definitely are very supportive of that strategy, and we think that's a great idea for customers to do that.
Thank you. What is the current capacity of the grid? What can we add to the current grid as it is today? I know we're waiting on 765 lines where that's a 2030, 2031 deal where we will, in my opinion, get ourselves in a much better situation for adding capacity to the grid. But in today's current state, what can you add? I mean,
It's a difficult question to answer because it's a varying answer. It changes based on if the wind is blowing, if the sun is shining, if what is running on the system at any given point in
I mean,
time.
clearly we can't accept what's out there, what wants to be on the grid, right? So
Right.
can we currently accept 10%, 20%, 30? I mean, just shooting from the hip, give us an idea of how we're going to be able to get to 2031 with the rest of the, I mean, what, is it 50% over time? I mean, what do you?
So if you just looked at what we did in the forecast last year, is we showed a forecast of about 140, 150 gigawatts by 2031-ish. And we laid out a transmission plan to be able to develop towards that. And if the generation shows up as well, that is in the forecast to be able to serve that, that is what we believe is a deliverable level of grid utilization over the next 5-6 years. That could change with more or less transmission getting built. If all the transmission doesn't get built, that changes materially. If the generation doesn't come online, that changes materially. So it's all variable based on what we know, and that's based on what we saw in that last year's forecast. That's a reasonable approximation.
And Representative McQueenie, I would also add, a lot of that question is dependent on location as well. So definitely certain areas of the state that have the capacity to interconnect loads and others that need additional transmission built to be able to do it.
10-4. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Representative Queenie kind of asked my question, so I appreciate y'all's answer. And thank y'all for adjusting to what's coming down the pipeline. But Pablo, you have an opening for Director of AI. And just wanted you to discuss that, if you don't mind, just see what are the possibilities for adjusting to what is coming down the pipeline for that.
Yeah, the great story of AI is not only that it's creating this great growth opportunity, economically, but it's also helping in practical terms to solve some of the challenges we're dealing with. So we actually restructured our organization at the end of last year and created a position that reports directly to me, a Chief Technology Officer, who's accountable for our development of our AI capabilities internally to ERCOT, as well as the type of longer-term transformative changes that we think we're going to have to do to innovate and be successful. The way we're thinking about AI is across a broad set of the functions that we perform. So looking at the way that we model and forecasting load, forecasting weather. Weather forecasting has become integral to really being able to forecast the amount of supply that's going to be available to serve. And so there are advanced AI tools and models that can help to integrate both load and supply forecast, factoring in things like weather, to give you a much more granular and accurate point of view in the near term as well as in the longer term. That's one area we're looking at. Another thing we're looking at is how to take all of the millions of data points that we're getting from, we have thousands of generation resources and thousands of customer resources, and being able to take all that data and present information to a control room operator instantly to help them understand where there are risks emerging and where they need to make decisions. We're looking at bringing AI potentially into the control room to be a guide for the control room operator. It's always human-led AI is the way we describe it. It's not going to take the place of humans, but it's going to help them be more effective and efficient. And then we're also using it in ways that many of you are probably using it to help with, developing materials for communication and to be more efficient in writing and publishing information. We want to be as efficient in doing that, and instead of taking hours and hours pulling information, AI helps us do that in a much faster way. So we're trying to leverage it across the spectrum in our operations as well as in our core support functions, and and that's one of the reasons we're bringing in a director of AI.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to ask Chairman Gleason to talk about the ratepayer protection pledge that was laid out by President Trump in the State of the Union. But before I do that, so I want you to think about it. I want to ask Mr. Vegas. I haven't studied Virginia enough, but I'm hoping you have. I think they have close to 600 data centers, 580 or something like that. We've got maybe half, well, what are we at, over 300 in Texas? And I don't know how many are being proposed. But it's a significantly smaller state than we are. And so I wanted to ask you if you guys have looked at what happened over there, how they've handled it. That's a lot, over 500, close to 600 for a state that size. And I don't know how much residential sort of growth they've had, compared to data centers, but I'm guessing it's data centers are the ones that are taking up most of the energy. So have you looked at Virginia? Have you gleaned anything from that in terms of how we can use their experience to prepare for what, is sort of happening more and more in Texas?
Yeah, the Northern Virginia area, that's one of the largest data center hubs in the United States and in the world, really developed because of its proximity to the telecommunications hub of the country right there just outside of DC. Initially, that was one of the biggest, most important pieces of infrastructure to support data centers was the availability of high-speed internet and networking communications tools. So they've developed over the years. If you recall, I mean, right now, or a few years ago, the data is a little bit dated. The amount of data center load in the U.S. was anywhere from 20 to 30 gigawatts worth of data center load in the whole country.
When was it? What year?
A couple of years ago.
Okay.
That was what the stats were showing.
Okay.
And so a big portion of that was in Northern Virginia. We are looking at a queue of over 400,000 megawatts, 400 gigawatts. So 200 times or 20 times the size of the entire country. So what we are learning and what Northern Virginia is going through right now is actually not that different from what we're going through. They are at a capacity of being able to connect in new data centers at large scale because of the infrastructure needs in their area, transmission as well as generation. What's also, so that's probably the biggest, factor that's constraining developing data centers anywhere is the availability of transmission infrastructure. And so we're
Well, let me just say
experiencing that
now,
too.
it's a smaller state and it's probably more concentrated. And I figure it was,
Yeah.
I figured the reason, of course, that they were developed was because of the proximity to Washington DC. However, the power to power them up has nothing to do with the federal government, or does it?
Well, over the last 20 years, they've developed the power infrastructure to support that. 10 years ago, a big data center was a 40 megawatt data center. That was a big one.
Okay.
Yeah, today we're talking about 500 to 1,000. So the scale is all of a sudden going off the chart. So they were able to build to support the level of data centers that were growing in there adequately with the 3 to 5 years it would take to build, generation supply and transmission. They could do that, and they were able to keep up with demand. They're not anymore.
Because their transmission challenges were less than ours, right? Because it's more concentrated, less distance, and Texas being as big as it is, and
Going
these things are
forward, it's-
popping up everywhere, right? in
Yeah, going
Texas?
forward, it's just as challenging there. They need new infrastructure there to support the growth that's knocking on their door, just like we need new infrastructure here. We happen to have the benefit of a lot more land to build it, and I think we've got a lot more natural resources to serve it. So I think we're in a better position looking ahead to grow at the scale that we're talking about than they are because of all the constraints they have.
And then I would also, if you wouldn't mind commenting, why, I guess I'm a little surprised California is trailing us fairly significantly, right?
Yeah, in terms of data center development,
Yes.
yes. The cost of electricity and energy is significantly higher in California than it is in Texas or most parts of the country.
That's why, okay.
Yeah.
Chairman?
Yes, Representative Raymond, I would definitely underscore Pablo's point about the high-speed internet access. You've seen a lot of recent development in the Dallas, South Dallas area, and I think that's in large part in talking to Encore and others due to the availability of really fast internet there, and so that's extremely important to these data center companies. And then Texas, just in our conversations, has a lot of the attributes they're looking for: low-cost energy, available workforce, land that they can acquire, and so they definitely pivoted from kind of the Northern Virginia area and saw Texas as a place to come. And now we're just trying to figure out the rules to be able to accommodate them. And as I said, not have residential ratepayers pay for the full freight for what's coming.
Well, I wanted to ask you, because I listened to the State of the Union. I heard President Trump lay out the ratepayer protection pledge. I heard him talk about it on Fair and Balanced Fox News the other day. And so he's really jumping into, but what's not clear to me, and I'm hoping you could tell us, is what's that about? Is that official? Is that unofficial? Is it some of these major companies have already pledged officially, or what? Can you?
Yes.
Do we have the ratepayer protection pledge in Texas yet?
So all the companies that we talk to, the data centers, their customers, are looking for ways to pay their share of all of these costs. They understand, because it's come from the top, but also, state leadership has said this. They've heard from, bodies like the State House that we want this development here, but we have to balance that with costs. Costs have gone up a lot in this state since Winter Storm Uri for a myriad of reasons, mostly centered on reliability and resilience, which were necessary. But again, these costs are really on the system because of these ultra-large loads and the amount of energy and transmission they need to be served. So, as I said in my opening statement, we are at the PUC are looking at all the ways that we can address that. So, like we said, changing the way that the way that transmission costs are allocated. Looking to companies to bring their own generation, as Pablo referenced, for the batch process so that power costs don't go up significantly. The other thing that we also have to talk about when we're thinking about this is how easy is it for us to show that these companies are paying for the costs of these transmission upgrades. So one of the things that we're working through at the commission is, as we look for how to allocate them, coming up with a framework that shows these are the costs that these entities are bringing, and here's the amount of money they're paying into the system to hopefully offset as much of those costs as possible. And so, it's not just, in my opinion, ensuring that ratepayers are protected. It's being able to show them that they're being protected. And so the rules that we're looking to promulgate are going to accomplish that.
Okay, so what he laid out is sort of unofficial. It's not official, it's just him saying these big companies are pledging to, quote, pay their own way, quoting the president.
So we take that as a signal that that's what we're solving for. And so the rules that we're putting in place, the frameworks, are going to achieve that. And so whether it's official or not, we are taking it as something that we have to do to ensure that residential ratepayers are not paying for the costs that are being borne on the system because of these extra large loads.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. T.
I want to thank you so much, both of you, for your magnificent testimony. I want to just ask just some ordinary questions for ordinary folks. I'm about to have another data center in my district. And what I'm concerned about is how is that going to impact electricity during the hurricanes? Because we get hit with hurricanes and now tornadoes in Houston. How are those data centers in terms of demanding of electricity going to impact where my folks are?
You want me to cover or do that?
You can go first.
Yeah, I was just going to add, or say that one of the things that this legislative body did in the last session, which was very helpful to that question, was pass a set of rules that said if the grid gets into an emergency condition, that the data centers have to come off of the grid and use their own backup generation that they have and not add to the burden of the grid during a scarcity or emergency event. And I think the scenario you're describing, if we had a hurricane take out a lot of the infrastructure in the state and that created a pressure scarcity of power, then that could apply, that scenario could apply where data centers would have to come off of using the grid so that it wouldn't burden the grid further. So there's rules, there's law passed that requires that. And we're actually working through with the Public Utility Commission on getting the specific rules of how that will be implemented this year so that that will be in effect.
I just want to make sure that there's not going to be those little moving blackouts, and we got to say the data center, but the residential folks, they got to pay the penalty for not having electricity.
And Representative Thompson, I would add,
Yes, sir.
That's one thing we learned coming out of Winter Storm Uri, right? Is we saw a lot of instances where large industrial customers were still receiving power and residential customers weren't. So one of the changes we've made is to prioritize in everything that we do residential customers to ensure that they have power during these events.
And let me ask you another question. One of the things that my district did was Katy, Texas had a problem with water, and we allowed them to come through my district to get to Lake Houston to have water. And I know data centers use water. I want to know whether or not how is that going to, the onslaught of data centers popping up. And I realize that Texas thrive on business. We got to have business. How is that going to impact my constituents as in terms of water availability?
Yes, ma'am. We are working at the commission right now to find that answer. So Chairman Wally, who chairs our budget subcommittee in the House, put a rider in our budget that requires us to do a survey of data centers to better understand their water usage and then provide that information to the legislature and also to the Water Development Board, who deals in the statewide water plan. We have put that out and are expecting results to come in shortly to be able to put together a report on that. This is something I've talked to Vice Chair Hernandez about at some length. I'm hopeful that we get a really high response rate on this. We've set it up so that there are questions that really delve deep into what is the water usage, not only at the facility itself, but also if you're going to say bring your own generation, what is the total use of water for the whole kind of ecosystem? And so we hope to get those results in shortly, and we'll provide them to you all so we have a better understanding of how much water these data centers use. I will say in our discussions, initially I think they used a lot of water. For most of the companies I talk to now, these are closed loop systems. So initially there's a lot of water, but there's not a lot of water loss going forward. So I expect, but don't know, that we'll find that the data center itself is not using an inordinate amount of water, to be seen about, those that are bringing their own generation and how much water those facilities use.
Is there a saturation point in an area for data centers to be located? I'm getting my second one near where I live. It's coming soon.
The limit, I'm not sure that we're getting to a saturation point yet. I think really it's a question of how much compute capacity is needed based on what's happening with the growth of artificial intelligence and machine learning and all of the new ways that it's serving businesses and consumers. So I don't think we've seen a saturation limit in terms of the demand yet for it. From a practical point of view, we are consistently evaluating the infrastructure's ability to serve that demand and making sure that anything that we're going to connect into our system can be connected reliably and not create an instability or reliability risk for everyday Texans. So that's in large part why all these changes that we're talking about are needed in order to be able to reliably connect in these large consumers. And then the marketplace, I think, will determine what the real demand is for these types of products and capabilities.
And since the market rate place is so good in doing that, when there's a concentration of these data centers, how does that impact the quality of air for residential persons living in and near around those data centers?
I'm not aware of any air impact issues with the data center operations. I don't think they have emissions that I'm aware of any. Well, I'm not the person to ask that. I guess maybe there'll be a panel full of data center developers after us that would be much better suited to answer.
You're not aware of
questions
any
like that.
studies that have been done to see whether or not that impact the quality of air?
It's not
Because,
required.
once you put brick and mortar on the ground, it does have some impact on air quality.
Yeah, there's no requirements.
Perhaps
I mean-
that's something we'll get to in the future.
Yes, ma'am. I think, they go through, the permitting process that those types of facilities have to go through. But yeah, I'm not aware, at least in our discussions over the last, number of years on this issue, impacts to air quality has not been something that's come up in those discussions.
Mr. Chairman, you've done such an excellent job in your position, but we are familiar with the permit department on certain areas in my area, concrete batching plants, and it really lacks a lot of, it needs a lot of improvement. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, thank
Darby.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thank you each for your service. We've been talking about, this is a discussion about data centers, but before data centers, we had the Permian Basin Reliability Plan. And that was built around specific load forecast and current set of transmission capabilities. And now batch zero allocations are capped by that existing transmission for the next 5 years, I guess, is what your testimony is. And I guess my question relates to Permian Basin customers who are in the queue. They had their load, they knew what it was, they told you what it was, and they knew what the transmission capabilities were. And then they've been relying upon the commitments made by ERCOT and PUC with regards to that plan, and the companies have relied upon that. So what are we to do? Are they going to, now that batch zero is coming out, are they going to have to, their allocation be reduced proportionally? Kind of walk me through, because again, this has been an ongoing process for a number of sessions, and this reliability plan has been in existence for a while, and we've committed as a legislature to this task. And so I just want to see how this batch zero process is implicating and affecting those folks who had committed resources to that Permian Basin Reliability Plan. Open it up to either one of you if you have a comment.
So just real quick, Chairman Darby, are you asking if those that were approved for large load prior to Senate Bill 6, if this batch is now going to be retroactive?
Correct.
That's been my question all along. Which one of y'all want to answer that?
Yeah, this is not a retroactive, existing customers that have transmission access today are going to continue to have the transmission access that they have in the future. This whole batch zero, the whole reason we have to do looking at everybody at the same time is because we have to figure out how to incrementally allow the next customer to get onto the grid reliably. Those that are there today are there today. They've got their allocation. And so that's not going to change. This is about new ones that are going to come on in the future and what they're going to be able to consume.
Okay, okay. Well, that was bothering me from the start. I just want to make sure we're honoring the commitments as we move forward because I recall and know the emphasis we have for the permanent basin
Absolutely.
plan. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here today. As Ms. T was mentioning earlier about water usage and Chairman Wally's rider requiring PUC to send that survey out, this is a voluntary survey, correct?
That's correct, Vice Chair Hernandez. We've brought this up in multiple open meetings. As you might expect, the data centers recently have been showing up to our open meetings often, and we make it a point in each of those open meetings to let them know that we expect everyone to participate. And like I said, I think we will end up with a high response rate. That is really what I believe we will get. There will be certain questions. I'll be interested to see whether or not we get a high response rate to individual questions that we posed.
Will you be following up with additional questions, or the survey's already set?
So right now the survey is set. If we need to, we will obviously follow up if there are questions unanswered, and talk internally at the PUC, but also talk to this body and the Senate and the governor's office about how to move forward if we don't get the information that we're looking to get. Because again, the water issue is one that wasn't at the forefront initially, and then really kind of came onto the scene because we were spending a lot of time talking about electricity, and I think everyone kind of realized we can always generate more electricity if we need to, if we have the right market signals in place. Water, is a really scarce resource in this state, and so we have to have a clear picture of what these facilities use on the water side. So if we don't get the information we need, we will definitely endeavor to find a way to get the information so that we and you all can make proper decisions moving forward.
I believe that survey went out earlier this month.
That's correct.
And they have until May 28th to
That's
respond.
till the end of May, that's correct.
Have you heard from any companies that they're concerned about providing comprehensive data, and also protecting their trade secrets?
Yeah, so that's my understanding. We worked with them on, what the questions were to make sure that they were phrased in a way that they could be responded to. But yeah, my hope is, again, that they've heard our message loud and clear. We expect them to respond to these questions so that we have a comprehensive understanding of their impact on the state's water supply. And again, if we don't get that, we will work out a way to get that information, because it's imperative that we know that, because as Pablo said, the number of data centers coming here is exorbitant, and what that impact on the water system is extremely important to you all, to us, and to the citizens of the state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
This is a little bit off topic, but can either one of y'all give me some idea of where the CREZ line is right now in terms of capacity?
I can share did you?
No, go ahead.
Just, so that region of Texas, the West Texas
Yeah.
area, which is what the CREZ lines were developed to connect West Texas renewables to the larger load centers in North Texas. That area is starting to get more constrained and congested than other parts of the transmission system in Texas. The reason being is we're starting to see a lot more development happening in West Texas. And so as we see more load coming into that part of the state, it's also part of the state that has less conventional generation and has more renewable generation. All of those issues are affecting the performance of the transmission system there. So we are starting to see more constraints and a tighter transmission system in that part of the state, which is why this new Permian import plan is a really important part of the reliability strategy going forward, as well as the other transmission that's planned in the area.
Okay, just one other question on CREZ. The power that's coming into that, do you have an estimate as to the balance between renewables, wind, solar, and then the traditional thermal?
I don't offhand have that data, but we can follow up to share with your office.
Just curious, because it seems like we're and I'm from that part of the country, it seems like we're getting more solar than we were before.
Yeah, that solar is by far, solar and battery storage are by far the fastest growing generating resources on the ERCOT grid. And so you're correct. That is, any generation resources we're seeing coming online over the last really 3 to 5 years have really been concentrated in those type of resources.
Okay. Thank you.
And Representative Smithy, if I may just add to Pablo's first answer, about the Permian Reliability Plan. So one of the benefits of that is not just that it moves power more efficiently, but it also relieves that congestion on the 345 system. And so that was one of the key decision points in the commission deciding to do the voltage step up to 765 for that part of the plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk a little bit about the role of public opinion in this data center discussion. As we've talked a lot about, this has been a good discussion about the technological barriers and some of the various issues both of your agencies are working through. But it seems to me that one of the biggest challenges that the data center industry faces is the perception of the public, justified or not, but it is real that data centers are problematic in their communities. Maybe we need them, but we don't need them around here. There's a lot of the NIMBY aspect to this, and I think from what I've observed, these feelings cut across geographic lines. It's urban, suburban, rural. It cuts across ideological and party lines, and it's not exclusive to Texas either. These debates seem to be going on all over the country. So, but in Texas, what I've observed is that there's very specific, we don't want data centers because, and some things are not things y'all would deal with, like construction activity and noise, truck traffic, proximity to people's property, that type of thing. But then water, as we've talked about a little bit, and then obviously electricity, and the electricity concerns seem to be centered on two things. One, reliability, that, Winter Storm Uri is still fresh on all of our constituents' minds and our minds. And so people naturally have a fear that this could trigger another disaster like we had in Winter Storm Uri if there's too much demand. And then two is cost. And is this going to raise our rates, what we pay on our electricity bills? And y'all both have talked a little bit about both aspects of that, but I want to drill down on that. So on costs, first off, Chairman Gleason. So you talked about cost allocation and how the commission is reevaluating 4CP and looking at alternatives to allocating cost.
Yes, sir.
So just kind of a baseline question, is it the goal of the commission to make sure that data center activity does not increase the electricity costs for our constituents?
Yes, we're working to establish a framework that adheres to cost causation principles, that those who cause the cost pay the cost.
Okay. And so when we talk about 4CP and how that may evolve into something, or will evolve into something else, I mean, you said pretty clearly it will change. That deals with transmission and distribution.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the regulated part of the market that the commission regulates. And then we have the deregulated part of the market, which is retail and generation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what's your view on the generation side as to whether or not this additional demand is, what is its impact on generation costs and that part of our constituents' electricity bill?
Yeah, so, with the proliferation of renewables and batteries in the state, we continue to see low electricity costs, though they are higher than they were, say, pre-Winter Storm Uri. Right now, as Pablo said, we are seeing an increase in the amount of gas generation in the queue, which is definitely a good thing. The companies that we talk to are committed to not having residential ratepayers bear the cost of this. So as you see companies look to bring their own generation in particular in not, adding to the scarcity perhaps of the existing generation, I don't think you'll see a cost increase. Now, again, as we've talked about a lot since Winter Storm Uri, right now the market is not supporting the large growth of, say, thermal dispatchable units. And so that's something that, Pablo and I talk about often, about how do we provide those incentives. And I think data centers coming here will provide those incentives. And if we can find a way to make them pay the cost for that, I think that gets us where we need to go. You're going to hear later from some companies that are looking at co-location with existing resources, which is one of the rules that we've already passed. And in a lot of those instances, the customer, so the data center, is not only co-locating with an existing generation resource, which in a time of extreme scarcity will be turned, that data center will not pull from that unit will start serving the bulk power system. They're also working with that generator to build new gas-fired generation, new thermal dispatchable generation. So at the end of that, net on net, I think there's a high likelihood that we will see more generation on the system, and in those times of extreme scarcity, more than enough to provide power to the state. And so I honestly don't think on the generation side you're going to see a large increase in costs at this point because we have so many renewables and batteries on the system.
Okay, yeah, and I agree that I think this is a potentially a very good thing on the generation side to send the right market signals to get more generation built in our state. And it was one of my initial concerns about SB6 is that it might go too far to inhibit some of that activity, but hopefully we reach the right balance there. So I guess I would just say to the commission, my suggestion would be that being sensitive to public opinion, communicating, and it's not just on y'all, but on all of us, but communicating to the public that our state government is serious about making sure that additional costs as a result of this, explosion in large load users is not going to increase our constituents' bills either on the transmission and distribution side or on the retail generation side.
Yes, sir, I completely understand. I would also say that maybe a third issue that we hear brought up a lot with this is the siting of transmission and where those transmission lines are going to go. And to your point about, public input, one of the ways we get public input in our CCM processes is through, comments that are provided, but also giving folks an opportunity in the CCM proceeding itself when it's before the commission to come before the commission and provide oral argument. What we have committed to at the commission is when these projects are up in front of us, we're going to grant oral argument, and if we have to stay there for 10 hours and listen to folks who want to come talk, that's what we're going to do. So much, in fact, that we are most likely going to schedule 2 open meetings, one for everything else we're dealing with, and another on a subsequent day, just to take up the issue of these transmission lines largely being built, in the Permian to serve oil and gas, but also data centers around the state, so that we can hear people's concerns directly from them. Because I think it's really part of our job to make sure that we're providing everyone in the state that's affected by this an avenue to have an audience with us, so that we can hear their concerns.
That's great. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
And before I move to the reliability aspect of this, in terms of an average residential customer's monthly bill, what percent roughly is on the regulated transmission and distribution side, and what part is the other?
I don't know exactly. It may differ based on which TDU you're in. I don't know that information off the top of my head, but I'm happy to get that for you.
Okay. Is it roughly 50-50? Is
That would be my guess, but I would not want to commit to that because I'm not sure.
Okay, I'd be interested in getting that.
Yes, sir.
And understand it might vary by TDU, but.
Yeah, and I'm sure my TDU friends in the back have an answer to this question that I'll
Okay,
get for you
well, maybe
quickly.
we can ask them later. So real quick on reliability, Mr. Vega, does SB 6 and the tools that it gives ERCOT and the PUC in that legislation, is that sufficient to answer the reliability question that if the grid gets into a tight condition, does ERCOT have the tools to ensure that these large load users are not going to be taking power that our constituents and businesses need in the state of Texas.
Yes, it does. It provides for a mechanism when we get into an emergency to direct, ERCOT can direct the data centers to reduce their load. It could be go on to their own backup generation or just reduce their consumption, however they choose to do so, but they would stop pulling electricity from the grid to the degree we ask them. And they would have to do that before we would ever get to a situation where residential or traditional other businesses may be at risk of not having power. So that, we think that provision is adequate, and we are right now developing the technical mechanisms on exactly how to do that so that it'll be ready to operate.
Okay. Anything to add to that, Chairman?
No, Representative Turner, I would completely agree. I think Senate Bill 6, the provisions in that give the PUC all the authority it needs to ensure that these large loads are interconnected reliably.
Okay, great. Well, that's great. Thank you for answering those questions. And I would just say that, not just to y'all, but to anyone listening, that I think that story has to get out there better, both on cost and reliability, because I think this is going to continue to be a challenge that everyone's going to confront on this issue. So thank you.
Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask either one of you if you could briefly give us an update on the Texas Energy Fund and where that is, because obviously it's important.
Yes, so Representative Raymond, let's see if I have it here. So to date, we have about 3,500 megawatts in executed loans. So 3,500, we have about another
How many projects is that?
That is 8 projects currently, and we have another about 5,000 megawatts that is in due diligence moving forward. So that's just for the loan program. We also have a number of projects.
And what does that equal in money?
So it'll end up coming out under the 7.2 billion. I don't know the exact number for those projects, but as you remember, for the Inside ERCOT loan and completion bonus program, 7.2 billion. I think by the end of this, when you take the two programs together, we'll get about 8,500 to 9,500 megawatts, and it'll come in well below, I believe, the 7.2 billion that was allocated.
And do you have completion dates or anything like that on there?
I don't have them in front of me, but we can get those to you for the projects that are both under contract and in due diligence.
Yeah, I mean, by the time we get to January, when we get back in session, we're going to ask where it is, right? And, you know, make it move, man.
Absolutely, and that was the goal of the completion bonuses. Those bonuses were pegged to have projects done sooner and provide that benefit. And so it did that. We will see projects come on this year and into 2027, and then more come on in the 2029 timeframe.
Thank you.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. Your testimony has prompted a couple other questions, so I apologize for that. Chairman Gleason, tell me about how you've, or ERCOT, or Chairman Vegas would characterize your long-term planning assumptions now based upon these data center applications. So how has that affected your long-term planning?
I can give a perspective. We're probably most affected in terms of trying to find the right criteria to use on these load forecasts that are going to be used for a variety of our planning functions that we do. So we use these load forecasts to put forth a transmission plan, as we've been talking about. We also use these forecasts to evaluate the reliability of the system in a future point in time. And that's something we're going to be doing this summer with the Public Utility Commission. We'll be presenting a reliability analysis that uses the new standard that the Commission approved 2 years ago. And we'll be evaluating how is the ERCOT grid performing at meeting that standard, and then looking 3 years into the future, how will it perform in meeting that standard as we see this load forecast materialize. So that's an important variable in reliability. We also use it to allow the capacity for both transmission operators and generators to take outages for maintenance in future years. We plan that years in advance. And so if the forecast is too high, it might show limited capacity for somebody to be able to take an outage, which would be very problematic. So it has very significant operational implications as to whether what the impact of that load forecast is. So right now, we're in a bit of a challenge, a bit of a quagmire, because we have got all of these loads that are coming in. We're going to have a new forecast ready to publish as early as next week, actually. That's going to be the 2026 load forecast. And I suspect it is going to be high compared to what we expect to actually show up. So I believe we're going to be in a situation where we were last year, where we had to adjust it and we had to bring it down using some mechanism. And we talked about that when I was here last year. I expect we'll have to do something like that again in order to be able to support these important operational requirements. But right now, the key to getting it right is some of these new rules that are being established that set the large load standards, setting the financial security, the ownership of land, the ordering of materials. Those types of requirements will whittle out projects that are less serious and hopefully get us a more accurate forecast.
Yeah, Chairman Darby, I agree with Pablo. I think it's a really important question. The number that gets published, what are we going to do with that? If it's an extremely high number, is that really the number we're going to use in our reliability standard assessment and say that the market is short all those gigawatts? Probably not. When we look at transmission planning, again, being concerned about cost, is that the number we're going to use to move forward and plan transmission for that amount of load? Probably not. So we're going to have to come back again, as Pablo said, figure out what that number can be used for, and if we can have a better sense of what kind of criteria we need to use to scrub that to bring it down to something that we believe is not only more manageable, but is more realistic. Because, as Pablo said, 410 gigawatts, it's great because that's a lot of interest for businesses to come to Texas. We also know that much load is not coming to Texas. And so it's incumbent on us to figure out how much of this is real and planned for that, not planned for necessarily for the numbers that were provided.
Well, we've been talking about batch 0 and the 6-month process. Are you working on batch 1? I mean, what's being done right now to kind of expedite that 6-month lag, if you will, by working on batch 1?
We're working on both concurrently, actually. So we're trying to really quickly get batch 0 rules defined so we can get that up and running. That kind of gets that baseline of, what's available on the system over the next 5 years and then what's going to need to be built. And it gets to the heart of your question, which is, are we going to be able to build and recommend build of infrastructure, transmission specifically, that is based on real projects and real load and real growth that's coming. We're doing both in parallel. We expect to have the rules for batch 1 shortly following getting batch 0 up and running.
Well, do facilities that are bringing their own generation or co-locating next to Senate Bill 6 facilities, are you allowing any sort of expedited process that they can move forward since they're not going to have some of these negative impacts that you're trying to plan for right now? Are they able to bypass some of this batch process?
For some of them, they're going to be, depending on where they are in their development cycle, meaning how far along have they gone on through those planning studies and have they met the connection requirements for their transmission company. If they have met and achieved that level of progress, then many of them are going to be considered in our base load assumptions, meaning like an existing customer would be treated. So the transmission is going to be allocated to them. They will be in the batch study, but just as firm load that is committed to be served already. And then those that are not as far along in the process, they would be subject to whatever transmission allocations available for them. Okay. But yes, some of those that are already in progress or have that situation would already start out the batch as a firm load customer that's already has transmission.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, I just have a couple, and then y'all be done. The back on the Permian load question, there's new development in the basin going on all the time. So the ones that are coming on in the future will start in the batch process.
Only if they're over 75 megawatts.
Right.
If they're lower than that, they would go into the base load growth forecasts.
Gotcha. Then I guess my question, because in my district, there's several of these projects being built, and many of them are outside of ERCOT. They're obviously bringing, because we're in co-op land, and they're bringing their own power generation. Are those projects treated differently when they're outside of ERCOT than those being built within the ERCOT, or having the ability to interconnect to ERCOT, I guess?
So if it is inside of the ERCOT grid, even if it's a co-op, but they're in ERCOT, then those connections, if they're going to connect into the grid at any point in time, they will be modeled and assessed with, like any other development
But if they're
project.
outside of
But if they're outside of ERCOT, like if they were in the.
like
in
Gray
the-
County.
Yeah, or like in the specific utilities, like in SWEPCO's territory, or in another territory that's not part of the ERCOT grid, then it would be managed completely independently. Their interconnection process would be the one that would be used, not ours. We wouldn't be involved in it at all.
Okay.
That's correct. And, the other jurisdictions are dealing with these same issues like in SPP. They just authorized recently, I think about a little over $8 billion in transmission projects, including a 765 line through Texas to New Mexico. They're looking at frameworks, like if you bring your own generation, you can get through the process a lot quicker if the commitment is, and I think their large load number is 50 megawatts and above, that for the first 5 years, I believe that generation can only serve that co-located load, then after 5 years can then be put onto the grid. So they're working through the same issues that we are.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Chairman Gleason, Chairman Vegas, as I asked you, if you two can't stay for the rest of the hearing, would you please have staff available in case the committee has follow-up questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Members, any other questions of this panel for now? Nope. Good to see you. Thank y'all both.
Thank you.
Thank
Really
you, members.
appreciate it. Is that right? Yep. Okay. Chair calls Rhett Bennett, Michael McNamara, Haynes Strader, Dan Diorio. Yep, that's it? Okay, just those three? 4? Oh, did I get them all? Okay. Yes.
I think we're missing Michael.
Yeah.
He's registering.
He is?
Yeah.
So you want to call him again?
Yeah.
Which one? This-
Text him real quick.
You. Oh, Michael? There he is. Okay. Rhett, we're going to start with you. And if it's okay, what we're going to ask each one of you to do is, state your name, who you're with for the record, and then give your opening statement. We'll just go down the list, and then we'll go back to questions after each of you have a chance to give an opening statement.
Wonderful. Sounds great.
Go ahead.
Well, morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. Rhett Bennett, founder and CEO of Black Mountain. Started the company 19 years ago. We're active energy, power, natural resources, so upstream oil and gas, all the way to frac sand mining to utility scale battery storage, as well as data center development. Over the past 19 years, we've transacted on about $2.5 billion of assets, mainly within Texas, a little bit in New Mexico, but local Fort Worth-based company. So hopefully today we can give you a bit of flavor on just maybe the Texas developer lens into the process and how it's going and the development and growth ahead. Great to see everybody. With that, I'll pass it down next.
Good morning. I'm Michael McNamara, the co-founder of Lancium. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time. We're developing well-publicized Stargate project in Abilene, I'm sure you're aware of. That project helped open the West Texas market for AI data centers. We have multiple gigawatt-plus portfolio, all in West Texas. All of those projects have the ability to scale to much larger size. We're hearing consistently from our customers that the demand signal is very, very strong, and they love the Texas market for many reasons. In Abilene, we use a closed-loop water system that uses almost no water on a sustaining basis. The entire facility with 8,500 people and 8 buildings uses less water than a standard hotel today. They also create major economic benefits. I saw the Abilene tax report. Sales tax are up 37%. They're at a record surplus for their budget, and it's very well received in the community. On interconnection policy, we're broadly supportive of the batch process, and we continue to work with ERCOT to address their concerns, but we have become increasingly concerned about some uncertainty in that process. As part of a 765 transmission plan project, we've already committed $600 million to AEP, and we're fully willing and able to contribute another $600 to $1.3 billion for PUC deposits to show both the certainty of our project and to hold ratepayers harmless. Under the new policy as drafted, though, for the batch, it could create a de facto moratorium on future growth, which could drive these projects out of the state or cause them to go fully behind the meter, which provides no benefits from scale for the transmission system. So our request today is that loads associated with RPG transmission projects move forward should be prioritized and approved quickly, and this leverages the existing process by all the rules we've already abided by for the past 2 years. As an alternative, existing RPGs should be approved and their associated loads should be placed in the batch zero as base load. Thank you very much.
Dan, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dan Diorio. I'm Vice President of State Policy for the Data Center Coalition. DCC is the National Membership Association for the data center industry. Our members are leading data center owners and operators, as well as companies that lease large amounts of data center capacity. A strong majority of our members have long-term operations, infrastructure investments, and teams in Texas, and 11 are proudly headquartered here. Our industry includes companies of many sizes and business models, but data centers all serve a common role, supporting the critical data-driven digital tools and services that Texans rely on every day. Virtually every sector of the economy, from energy, manufacturing, financial services, and healthcare, depends on secure, reliable access to data. The demand for data continues to grow rapidly, driven by cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and the digital services we use every day. Data centers are the physical foundation that supports this growth, including mission-critical servers relied on by hospitals, utilities, government agencies, police officers, firefighters, and other emergency responders across the state. Beyond everyday services, these facilities also support advanced computing capabilities that are increasingly important to U.S. global economic competitiveness and our national security. At a time when other countries are rapidly expanding both energy and digital infrastructure, the U.S. must remain the world leader in new and advanced technologies, and we must have enough capacity to store Texans and all Americans' data here at home safely and securely. Texas has long recognized the importance of meeting this moment, supporting the Texas economic miracle while growing responsibly. As it stands today, Texas is positioned to overtake Virginia as the world's leading data center market by 2030. Texas's commitment to grid reliability, combined with its business-friendly approach and stable regulatory environment, makes it one of the strongest places in the world to do business. And data centers are playing a central role in supporting the Texas economy. Data centers are amongst the most capital-intensive investments in the modern economy today. Individual projects are in the billions or the tens of billions. Just 2 recently announced projects alone total over $500 billion of investment into the infrastructure, economy, and people of Texas. According to a forthcoming report from PwC, the data center industry supported over 428,000 jobs in Texas in 2024, including nearly 104,000 direct jobs. But the impact goes well beyond the walls of a data center, and the full-time jobs inside the building are only part of the employment picture. Data centers enable economic opportunities and careers across a variety of other industries. You have years of reliable support for high-wage construction and skilled trade jobs, and you have all the jobs in the greater supply chain that the data center industry supports, such as manufacturing companies that are investing in facilities to produce chillers, electrical equipment, mechanical components, and other critical components for the industry. Each job in a data center supports 4.5 jobs elsewhere in the economy. That's the math that data centers help to deliver. Data centers rely on local skilled tradesmen, electricians, plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, HVAC technicians, to build facilities, but also maintain and upgrade them when operational. This requires a strong pipeline to meet current needs, but also plan for future investment. The industry is investing in workforce development programs to ensure their companies can employ homegrown Texans. One of our members, for example, has partnered with Texas State Technical College to prepare Texans for good-paying careers in data center operations and maintenance. These are pathways to careers in a 21st century economic field that don't require a 4-year degree. Taken together, these impacts confirm that every megawatt of new data center load delivers benefits well beyond the facility fence line. The data center industry contributed $65.8 billion to Texas's GDP in 2024, and generated $4.5 billion in state and local tax revenue, including $2.2 billion paid directly to the state of Texas in 2024. These impacts are already here, and the growth is continuing. Texas is now front and center of the global technology race. The infrastructure being built here today will determine where advanced computing is deployed and whether the United States maintains leadership in next-generation technologies. Texas is uniquely positioned to support the nation at this critical time. Our members take that responsibility seriously. That is why they continue to make unprecedented long-term investments in Texas's energy grid and worked closely with the legislature on SB 6 to advance practical policies that support economic growth while maintaining a safe, secure, and reliable electricity system. Still, we recognize that this growth presents real energy challenges. Grid reliability and energy affordability, the availability and conservation of precious water resources, and quality of life matter, not just to our industry, but to every Texan. We are here to be partners in solving these challenges. I often highlight Texas as an example to the country. This is a state that doesn't back down from challenges or say we can't do it or we can't build it. You ensure responsible growth, and the result is an economy that leads the nation. The data center industry is committed to responsible growth and ensuring a vibrant Texas now and in the future. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Chairman King and Vice Chairman Hernandez and the members of the committee for having me today. My name is Haynes Strader. I'm the Chief Development Officer and one of the partners at Skybox Data Centers. We're a data center owner, operator, developer based here in Dallas, Texas, and have been building data centers in the state since 2014. We started off building smaller single-tenant buildings, 150,000 square feet to 250,000 square feet, and today are building campuses in the millions of square feet and hundreds of megawatts. Austin is our largest current project. In Hutto, we have a 600 megawatt project currently underway that's fully leased, and you can drive by it on 79 anytime. We'd be happy to give a tour. We have additional projects in South Dallas and Lancaster, and we have a new project that was just announced in Wichita Falls, Texas, that we're very excited about. We have found that partnering with the TSPs, particularly Encore and AEP and CenterPoint in our history, has been critical to finding points of congestion on the grid where there are opportunities to improve the throughput of electrons along high voltage transmission systems, which ultimately increases reliability for the state. It also impacts the ability for these TSPs to sell electricity in a positive way. Our goal is not to increase the transmission costs for any Texan or to decrease the reliability of the grid for any Texan. It's quite the opposite. We are super focused on making sure that the Texas grid works. I can assure you during Uri, when our lights were on in our data center and not at my house, my wife was not super pleased with me, but we weren't on the grid. We were running on our backup generators, and all of that power was returned to the grid during that time. During Winter Storm Fern, I think it's important to note that while Senate Bill 6 enabled what's called these EEA events to be regulated by ERCOT. And ERCOT issued a warning to data centers to be prepared to go off of the grid during Winter Storm Fern. There was over 3,000 megawatts of additional capacity in addition to ERCOT's reserves that were available because of data centers to be called upon. Fortunately, it wasn't needed, but that same, instead of it being I think often misrepresented drain on the grid, it is actually almost the reverse of a battery. It's existing capacity that's being consumed and paid for today that can be released to the surrounding communities when we go into backup generation. And so I think it's just important to recognize that that's a major milestone and achievement since Senate Bill 6 that ERCOT has performed. Skybox has been very involved in the current process with both ERCOT and the PUC related to the batch process, and we are supportive of the batch process. I think as my colleagues here have identified, there's lots of gray areas and lots of nuances to what's going on. It's a very complicated overall situation. Skybox is committed to working with the PUC, with ERCOT, with the TDSPs for the most viable solution. The task is nearly impossible. To zoom out just a little bit, if you're thinking about the global space race of AI, what's happening is the equivalent of the Transcontinental Railroad, the invention of the nuclear bomb, and the space race, the actual race to get to the moon, all happening at once. That's the scale of what's happening across the country. And we have the opportunity in the United States to either lead that or to lose that race to China. And it's a pretty clear 1 or 0. The Chinese government is supporting the construction of hundreds of coal plants across the country, nuclear development at a pace that is nowhere close to the United States' ability to generate new capacity, as well as natural gas. Texas is probably the only place in the free world that can compete with that today because of our natural resources here in the state and the regulatory environment that has been, I think, relatively friendly to new business and growth. I think we can see this as the next iteration of kind of the oil boom that happened in Texas. If we empower AI and data centers to continue to grow here, it can have tremendous economically positive impacts to the country while also ensuring our national security and ensuring our ability to compete. Skybox, we can talk about a lot of stuff, but we agree completely on the water. We use closed loop water systems. Happy to talk about that as needed, but our facilities use less than a handful of households of water per building per day. And we can happily show that. We're also very committed to ensuring that the ratepayer is not left footing the bill. And our industry is supported by some of the highest credit companies in the world: Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Oracle, and many others are coming into this market with massive willingness to invest in the state and to invest in our energy infrastructure. It helps them with their business, and it ultimately will help Texans keep rates down and have a more reliable grid. We believe there's a unique opportunity to capture this moment over the next 2 to 3 years. I don't think we have a decade to figure this out. We need to move fast, and we're very supportive of implementing the batch process as quickly as possible. Again, recognizing that the stakeholder process has been very important. The PUC and ERCOT have been very receptive to stakeholder feedback. I think Chairman Gleason was clear to point out, as the process goes on, they have taken feedback. We've watched that feedback actively get integrated into updated drafts and rulemakings. And so we think there's a lot of opportunity there for that process to continue. I also think you will hear some comments today from Encore and AEP. We're very supportive of the TSP's position in this. They need to protect their business and the ability to serve every customer in their territory. And so Skybox remains very much aligned with what the TSPs are prioritizing through this process. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Before we get into questions, this will be a little chaotic. So before you answer a question, just say your name one more time for those watching online and for the video in the archive that so everybody's clear on who's answering what. Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. Do you, and whoever wants to answer, can you give us an idea, either what percentage or of the data centers are AI or crypto mining? And then also, are any of you involved yet in quantum computing? And also the second part of that question would be, how much more power is needed for AI as opposed to crypto or vice versa? Or are they about the same? I know quantum requires less, right? So whoever wants to take that on.
Sure, Dan DiOrio with the Data Center Coalition. Right now, AI is an important growth driver, but the vast majority of data centers being built today are for cloud infrastructure. We know, according to Bain, that by 2027, AI will be probably about 24% of global compute. So while it is, again, an important growth driver, it is really just now emerging. And so the vast majority of data centers being built are servicing all the services that we rely on every day from cloud infrastructure. I can't speak to cryptocurrency. Our membership does not include cryptocurrency, but if any other.
So you don't know, for example, and I should have probably asked the prior panel, but the data centers that we have in Texas, because it would, whether it's AI or cryptocurrency, they're going to be data centers, right? So we don't know what the breakdown is. You talk about what the future is, but what the current ones are?
I don't. In fact, I would actually say the current ones, I would say probably none of them that are up and operational would be AI specific. It's unlikely that they would be AI specific. And again, I can't speak to the cryptocurrency piece.
In Texas?
In Texas, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, I figured you know how many in Texas are AI right now.
Yes. And I would say it would be few and far between. I doubt there's actually an up and operational AI-specific data center. There will be AI compute in a data center, but it won't be exclusively dedicated to AI.
So with reference to okay.
I think we have a bit of a different perspective.
Just
say your name.
McNamara with Lansing.
Thank you.
We today have 4 gigawatts of capacity, fully leased, all for AI, of which the Stargate is operational for 3 buildings, 8 buildings coming, and then 2 more buildings coming. That's all AI. And I think you'll see far less cryptocurrency mining in Texas because any site that can crypto can also be for AI, and the economic value of AI is far higher. And for
Far fewer new ones, right? But with reference to existing centers right now, I figured most of them would be crypto, but I don't know. And that's why I was asking
I
you guys,
think
because you guys are the experts, right?
you're seeing a trend of former cryptocurrency miners are becoming AI data centers. And you've seen that
Okay,
in
so
Children's
they're,
Texas and in West Texas.
okay. And with reference to quantum, where you guys, is that just, Texas just not going to get on the quantum map, or?
Quantum is very specific use cases. Google is making breakthroughs, but we don't have it in our long-term planning for any quantum in our facilities.
Okay, go ahead.
Haynes Strader with Skybox Data Centers. A few things. So crypto, just overall in the data center market, would make up less than 10%, and probably
We're talking about Texas.
in Texas, yes, sir.
Okay.
Of the overall capacity that's being demanded, and it may be even significantly less than that. I don't have the latest numbers. We don't have great reporting. There's no great national tracking on the number of crypto facilities. But what the panel that's sitting here in front of you today represents are enterprise-grade, high-quality data centers that are serving high-credit tenants, that are building the technological things that you use every day, whether it's accessing your bank account, whether it's using AI technology.
Okay, back up,
Yes,
because
sir.
you're confusing me now. I'm sure the other members are not confused. The prior witness just said we really don't have AI data centers right now in Texas. That's what we're going to be building.
Yes, sir.
You just said that the data centers that we have now are 10% are crypto.
Correct.
So what are the other 90%?
Enterprise. So like when you pull up your phone
Yes.
and you go onto a social media website, or you access your bank account, or you book a flight, or your car's using a map, all of that is happening in a data center. Every digital interaction, you have thousands of
Okay.
digital interactions every day that interact in a data center. And I think what Dan was referring
Okay.
to is cloud. The data centers we're building are capable of doing both enterprise compute and cloud, as well as AI. So there are AI applications happening within data centers.
Got it.
We are not doing crypto and AI, and it's not a
Right.
mix. The buildings we're building are built for the types of companies that are again, doing investment grade, large-scale technology investment in the country, across the country. So, for example, we may lease a data center to a large hyperscale tenant, one of the top 5 technology companies in the world. They may then do a technology deal with American Express and run American Express's processing center out of that facility. The landlord often doesn't have that level of visibility, and the Stargate facility has government applications, and Michael may be limited on what he can say, but at least what I can see publicly, has government applications, has a lot of different use cases that are happening, but it's thoroughly integrated with Oracle and OpenAI's technology in those facilities. So a large volume of the construction that's happening right now is being built to empower AI. To Dan's point, very few of those buildings are up and running today, but they're coming online this year. This year, you're going to see a lot of that.
And of the existing, then do you know, since you mentioned, do you know what some of the biggest customers are?
Yes, sir. The
Texas?
largest tenants in Texas are Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Oracle, and Meta.
Okay, and so then, if you were listening earlier, I asked about the ratepayer protection pledge that President Trump talked about, right? So Amazon apparently, I guess, talked to him, and, Microsoft talked to him. So at least that's what he has said. Right?
Yes, sir. I think it's actually, I think there is public information. Dan may be able to speak to that, of who's signed up for it. As a landlord, we're beholden to what our tenants want to do, so we're serving those tenants, but I can tell you we're very committed to making sure that ratepayers are not negatively impacted by data centers in Texas. And that's true across most of my peers.
Well, why haven't you signed the pledge?
So for several reasons. If we do a lease with JP Morgan Chase, for example, directly as a bank, and they haven't signed that pledge, as a landlord, we've committed ourselves to something that our tenant may not be on board with. So if we are servicing tenants that have signed that pledge, we are aligned. But there are instances where you may be doing something that, you may be building a building for a tenant that's not at that scale and can't make that same kind of commitment. I think this process, this batch process that in the PUC, particularly the PUC rulemaking in 58481, specifically addresses that concern.
Yeah.
And so once that rulemaking is effective, it will effectively force the industry to do it.
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Dan DiOrio with the Data Center Coalition. The current signers of the Ratepayer Protection Pledge are Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Oracle, and xAI. If I could speak to broadly how the ratepayer protection pledge, I think, interacts with the goals of the industry. This is an industry that is fully committed to paying our full cost of service for electricity. We depend on utilities and regulators and grid operators to help us do that and ensure that they are allocating costs appropriately.
And when you say that, that includes, of course, I mean, the big part that we got to look out for in terms of of the public, right, is the cost of the construction of what it's going to take to get that power to you. So I hope that when you say that you're including that.
Yes, we are. Very much
Okay.
so. That involves the infrastructure that is to service the facility, of course, yeah.
I want to make sure.
No, of course. No, that's a great question. And I think this industry, more so than many others, is being proactive in, and I'm speaking broadly, not just in Texas here, about facilitating innovative partnerships to do that. I think there's a couple of different ways. One is with tariffs, utility tariffs, or contracts or policies, which allocate costs appropriately and have certain mechanisms in there to both give the utility the certainty it needs as far as the revenue that will be coming in and the project moving forward, so that it can invest in the infrastructure and allocate costs.
Back up, you said the word tariff, is that what you said?
Yes, yeah,
Tariff?
utility. I don't do tariffs in Texas.
I know that
It's a utility
I know
tariff,
President Trump thinks it's a beautiful
the
word, I
contract or
don't, but.
policy under which you take electricity service. It's often referred to as a tariff.
There's an added rate. So when you buy electricity, you may be paying, to the actual generator, it's 4 or 5 cents a kilowatt hour. And then there's another 1.5 cents that's a tariff that goes to the transmission service provider that pays for that transmission deployment and goes into the rate base ultimately.
So your customers pay for that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Your tenants or your customer, I guess, whatever.
Yes, sir.
So beyond those tariffs or policies that the industry has supported, and we see those policies be very effective in Indiana, Michigan Power, which is the state of Indiana, vast majority of the state of Indiana. They had one of the first large load policies or tariffs in the country, and they announced just about a month ago that they're going to lower their base rates because of data center revenue coming in. We see the same with those very similar policies in Georgia Power in Georgia. They have frozen rates for 3 years, and now they will lower rates after that 3-year freeze because of the revenue coming in and the mechanisms that they've put in place to ensure they have the funding to invest in the infrastructure.
You getting this information to Gleason?
Yes.
All right.
And we also see in a place like PG&E, for example, in California, of all places, that data centers have helped keep rates 11% lower than they otherwise would have been in the state. So there's tremendous opportunity for large loads coming on the system. But two of the other ways that the industry is investing in those unique partnerships are through co-location with existing generating facilities, as Chairman Gleason and Chairman Vegas have mentioned in their remarks, as well as various opportunities to bring your own generation or bring your own power or operate behind the meter. Those are all, I think, innovative partnerships that alleviate some of the short-term constraints and especially alleviate short-term cost spikes. But ultimately, long-term investment in the grid is what's needed for a thriving economy, and Texas is already far down that path.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my first question is to Dan. What are the benefits to the local community for one of these data centers?
Thank you for the question. Dan Diorio with the Data Center Coalition. There are many benefits for the local community. I think first and foremost is these large capital projects generate significant amounts of local revenue. And a brief example of that is in the city of Red Oak, Texas. They have $13 billion of investment coming in on formerly tax-exempt land. So that was land that they did not have a revenue stream from. And now they have significant revenue coming in. That revenue goes right back into schools and infrastructure and services. And we know that's over $2 billion of revenue to local governments in 2024. And data centers as a whole generally don't utilize local services as much. So for an example of that is in Loudoun County, Virginia, really the center of data centers in the state of Virginia. For every $1 in services that data centers use, they give $26 back in revenue. They're about 3% of the total land there, about 40% of their operating revenue. So data centers have a significant amount of value giving back into the local government. But Data centers also create significant job opportunities. These are job opportunities for construction and the building trades. I would argue that there are some that would say those are temporary. I would argue that they have turned very much into long-term positions, especially as campuses develop. So you build multiple buildings on a parcel. Those crews will move from building to building on that campus, or when they are experienced, they go from site to site in a surrounding area where they can build those. So we see jobs that might have been 2-year jobs turn into now 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year jobs. And there are those who make careers off of that work. But most importantly, data centers create significant business ecosystems around them. So they rely on local skilled trades, local electricians and plumbers and HVAC technicians to maintain that facility when they're up and operational. This is a facility that has to be constantly maintained. It's got to run at an optimal level at all times. And there's always evolutions in technology to make it more efficient. So you have those skilled trades working there, swapping out components, upgrading it. You have those that are swapping out the servers themselves on a regular basis because they need to be updated and upgraded with the latest equipment. There are service industries that come up around data centers. But there's also manufacturing opportunities. As I mentioned, there's all the components that go into the data center. It's chillers, mechanical equipment. That's being built by companies, and we see companies locate closer to data center hubs in order to accurately or more efficiently service those facilities. There's also steel fabrication as well. All of the different ecosystems around that supply the data center, we see opportunities, and we see states lure more of those companies in. And so for every 1 job in a data center, 4.5 jobs are supported elsewhere in the economy. So data centers are creating these business ecosystems around them, giving significant revenue back into the local community. But data centers haven't stopped at just the revenue piece. You see data centers investing in local infrastructure and priorities. Is there a need for water system upgrades? Can we fund a new wastewater treatment plant? Are there public safety upgrades that needed to be done? Are there schools in which we can help support that? So beyond just the revenue given back into the community, data centers are investing in that community to be good neighbors and to help fund those community priorities as well. And Haynes, I may ask you if you want to give some examples of what Skybox has done.
Sure, thanks, Dan. Haynes Strader with Skybox. So we have partnerships in every local community that we're in. So in Lancaster, we're working very closely with the city fire department. We help them build a new fire safety house. We do a cleanup project in Bear Creek Nature Preserve every year where we repaint the bridges and help build new parks and all that kind of stuff. But we let the cities really drive us to what's important. So in Hutto, it's been the drone program with the PD, as well as working with the local community college there. We actually have a great training apprenticeship program there where we've got today of our 100 operators working, 100 employees in the Austin area. We've got at least 6 that have come straight out of that program and are working in our facilities today. And so that we look forward to continuing to grow those initiatives. But in Wichita Falls, for example, if that project proceeds as planned, it will double the tax base of the city, a single project on 250 acres. So, rivaling the economic impact of an Air Force base in that city. So Skybox is really focused on spending time in going into communities that want us. We understand there are places in Texas that maybe the community isn't so open to having a data center there, and that's okay. And we want to go to places where we're wanted, where we're desired, and we've spent a lot of time working with the cities that we're in. I think there's a lot of public pushback. Data centers have become this physical thing to be mad about if you're afraid of AI, if you're afraid of this technology. And everyone has a right to be afraid of AI. I'm not saying you shouldn't be. There's a lot of scary stuff having to do with it. But the reality, back to my earlier point, we want the U.S. to lead in that, and frankly, we want it here in Texas so you can regulate it. If it's happening in China and you can't control it in any way, it's going to happen with or without us. So my perspective on a lot of the pushback that we're seeing is it's based on some pretty thoughtful misinformation campaigns, and we have been really focused on trying to address that up front in the cities that we're in. I'm more than happy to share some of the press releases and PR that the city of Wichita Falls put together. We spent 2 years building that with them. The city actually created a video. We've had several town halls. We've had a lot of opportunities to face that opposition up front, and we'll continue to do that in the communities that we go into.
What's the noise level that one of these produces? I understand there's generation, but outside the generation.
Yeah, so At least in my experience, I think the main concern we've heard about noise is from bad experiences related to non-traditional data center facilities that are exposed to the open air. So you have the servers literally exposed to open air and steel structures that are making a lot of noise, and you can hear that far away. In our facilities, you're talking from going in the front door until you're actually going to be in a room with servers, you will have gone through 5 or 6 different entrances and probably through a total of about 3 feet of concrete walls before you're actually in the data hall. You won't hear a server until you're in the server room. At that point, it is loud, and so we have ear protection for OSHA purposes and all that, but you can stand right outside that door and you won't hear a thing. Outside the building, the noise levels are coming from the chilling equipment, so air-cooled chillers and generators when they're all on. All of that is in compliance. We do. I think there was an earlier question about air emissions. We do a lot of studies with TCEQ. We have to apply. We have to conform to EPA regulations as it relates to the emissions from those generators. But the same applies for noise. We have to do noise studies to comply with city code, and so all of our buildings are in compliance with that. If you were to go drive down to Pflugerville and drive past our Austin 1 and Austin 2 facilities today, just stop your car at living spaces and stand outside, or I'm sorry, at home and stand outside, and the road is a lot noisier than that building. And so these campuses are often much less noisy than a 2 or 3 lane typical road, not even a highway.
If I could add to that as well, Dan DiOrio with the Data Center Coalition. The Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission in Virginia, which is an independent arm of the legislature there, did a year-long study. And this is noise or sound is one of the aspects that they looked at. Obviously, Virginia, largest market in the world currently. And they found that data center sound is quieter than many common sounds like lawnmowers or even highways. And they found that it's not harmful to human hearing, that it's only been an issue with really a minority of data centers out there. And what we see now most often, as Haynes illustrated, is incorporations into the design of both sound studies, at the outset, as well as any kind of sound mitigation measures, and of course complying with all applicable laws and regulations and local ordinances as well. So data centers, I think, take that very, very seriously, and I think are responding to that in real time. You're seeing that incorporated into designs. And I think you're also seeing data centers be that responsive partner. So when they hear, concerns about noise or concerns about sounds, they're being responsive to that with the community and addressing it.
Yes, thank you. Now, Mr. Chairman, one more question, if you don't mind. Mr. McNamara?
McNamara.
Sorry for the mispronunciation. I see you are headquartered in my county, Montgomery County. Look forward to meeting you, but why not do one of these in our home county?
What we found is a product market fit of very, very large scale projects. The Abilene Stargate project will grow to 10 square miles in size. We'd love to be in Dallas or Austin or Houston. We just can't find the quantity of available land. And so that's why West Texas has been perfect for us.
So you need a big sparse area of land.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's visit in the future, because Conroe Technology Park has a great location that this may fit well in, so let me visit with you.
I'd love to talk about it. And just to comment on the lived experience we've had in Abilene for what the impact of the community is. The 3 priorities for Abilene from 3-4 years ago was pave the roads, maintain services, redevelop downtown. With the influx of capital they have, the roads are being paved now. They've increased police and EMS force. And for downtown, half the storefronts were derelict, and there were buildings that were sitting idle for over a decade. I was there yesterday. Every storefront is now under construction for a new cafe or shop. And the building that it was filled with asbestos has been bought by a Dallas group, has remediated all the asbestos, and adding new housing there now. And so we've just had a fabulous experience, and I encourage you to call the mayor or city manager, and I know they'd reiterate the same points.
That's awesome. Well, it sounds like great projects. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Darby.
Well, I represent the sister city to Abilene, and there's not a builder in San Angelo. They're all up in Abilene, I promise you.
That'd be right.
Just talk a little bit. What concerns me the most, not the most, as much as anything else, is this nexus between electricity use and water. Water is a scarcity in my part of the world, and as I generally understand it, if you, as the use of water goes down, the use of electricity goes up. It's kind of an inverse relationship and has to do with the technology. And I understand that the industry has been transformed by advances in technology on how you cool your equipment. So talk a little bit about kind of standard uses for a standard facility, and along with coupling that with electricity needs. I'd like to hear each of your perspectives on that. And then I'd like each of your perspectives on the batch process that we just learned about. I think, Mr. McNamara, you had a comment. I didn't catch all of it, but I'd like your perspectives on that. So I'll just kind of toss those two things out because, again, what I hear most is they're going to take our water.
And if I could jump in on that. When we began the early stages of the project, we take city water in Abilene. They decided on a fully sustainable basis, 500 gallons a minute was available on the system. 8,500 people are at site, 3 buildings are running full out. We consumed 20 gallons a minute last month, not even 5% of our allocation. We're not even in the top 50 of the Abilene city's water users. By far the biggest is the Coca-Cola bottler. And what we're going to do in the future, because we try to be ahead of these issues, is we're going to give meaningful water back. We have a water shortage, but it's a water shortage driven by shortages of engineering and money. We can fix all those. We've engaged Jacobs Engineering, the world's best water firm, to do a full study in the Panhandle. I'll have much more substantial results to share shortly, but what we're doing in Childress today is we need 11,000 gallons a day for facility water. We will give back in a number of months 1 million gallons a day to Red River Water Authority. And it's because there are aquifers that are available that the farmers and the water authorities have not had the budget to access, but we have the budget, and we'll just give the water back. So it's an engineering problem we can solve. And in regards to your batch question, we feel very strongly that the point of the grid is to serve load. It is the ultimate industrial system, and you pay down an industrial system by having it utilized. And the data centers need the power, and they will pay. And so we feel strongly we must build transmission to enable more load and more generation at the same time. And if we do that in a speedy fashion, these things will all work. And Texas and America will win the AI race. And so all we need is our transmission plan that we've already begun paying for with AEP to move ahead as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. It's very much an important one, and I know top of mind for not just Texas, but everyone in the country right now. And again, Dan Diorio with the Data Center Coalition. Level setting and providing context, I think, really is key to understanding energy and water use. And you touched on some of that already in terms of the inverse relationship there. There is no one-size-fits-all method of cooling. It really depends on the local factors, and data centers take those into consideration, and they very much design their facilities around them. You know, they're not going to go into a water-scarce area and use, you know, primarily evaporative-based cooling. You know, it's not in the industry's best interest. It's not in the area's best interest as well. And we see in typically water-stressed areas that data centers, and I can run down several different stats, but in a place like Arizona, another top 5 market in the country, data centers use less water than the semiconductor industry that's there, than beverage production, than sand and gravel mining, and less water than golf courses in the state of Arizona. So it's very emblematic, I think, of how data centers approach, you know, water scarcity issues and what technologies they use. We have the industry, and there's several different factors in here in terms of what we're talking about as far as returning water. You know, there's terms like water use, and so that's what is withdrawn from the watershed, but much of that is later returned. You have water consumption, which is actually what's lost from the water environment, whether it's evaporation or transpiration or otherwise. And so I think there's some contextual evidence that is lost within that in terms of withdrawal figures as far as consumption figures and water use and how that all relates. The other, I think, key factor here is that the technologies are being deployed now. They've been deployed for years. And it's not just the technologies in and of themselves. There's innovative methods. We have data centers in colder climates using ambient air, and they just use the outside air. They may actually switch to water-based cooling during the hottest days of the summer, but that actually allows them to be more energy efficient and to take load off the grid during that hottest peak days and use very much minimal amounts of water. So there's all these innovative tools and technologies because as data centers have, and the industry has worked to achieve its own sustainability goals, they have very much incorporated water into those sustainability goals. How can we be water efficient, but also water positive? How can we return more water? You have data centers utilizing recycled wastewater. You have data centers using different combinations like direct-to-chip cooling, liquid immersion cooling, some of these many different technologies. And I'll finish out with just kind of one other contextual piece here that I think is important to understanding it, which is maximum peak daily use versus actual use. We touched on that a little bit. I think some of the numbers that you see often highlighted are, oh, this could use up to X amount a day. And that's because these are permitted for the worst case scenario. The worst of the worst case scenario in which you may actually have to draw that amount of water because it's, it's 115 degrees outside and you just can't maintain it. But the actual daily consumptive use is far, 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 far lower than that. But you obviously plan for the worst case scenario and that fits into the infrastructure provider's plan. So just to sum up is that data centers are extremely efficient water users. And we will continue to do that, not just because we want to be, because it makes dollars and cents work. These are some of the largest costs for the data center, so it's in our best interest to keep our operational costs down.
Thanks for the question, Representative Darby. Haynes Strader with Skybox. On the water issue, it comes up a lot, and I couldn't agree more. I think Michael's living it with 8,500 construction workers a day. Construction is where you're actually using probably the most water because you've just got so many people on site. Once the building is stabilized, we use a closed loop system, and on a typical building, call it somewhere between 150 to 300,000 square feet of building footprint, we're charging that system one time with somewhere around 25,000 to 30,000 gallons of water, one time. That's about as much as a residential pool. I think my pool in Dallas is a little bit smaller than that. But if you had a big pool, that'd be about the same as a residential pool. That water is recirculated in the system, and that's what's used to cool the servers, to cool the equipment, and for the ambient temperature in the rooms, in the non-office component in the data center. And that's recycled with often less than a 2% loss factor. So you're talking hundreds of gallons a year to top that system off. The real water user is the folks going in and out of the bathroom and using our coffee machines. And that's dependent on how many people you have working in these buildings. The buildings, because of the density of compute happening, we're actually seeing employment in these buildings going up. So it used to be you'd have 30 employees in a data center, and today it's looking more like 60 to 70 in a building. And the really big ones, like what Michael's referring to, it could be several hundred, but it's toilets and sinks. And for Skybox, our average data center is using less water than 5 households on average every year. And so
5 households?
Yes, sir, 5. And so when you look at on a 30-acre parcel, any other use, office, retail, restaurants, hotel, any of that is going to dramatically exceed our water use. And so I think we often get a bad rap for that. Now, there are examples of older data centers that you can find that were built 20 years ago that use evaporative cooling and use a ton of water. So I think sometimes we get thrown into that bucket, but Skybox has not built an evaporative cooled facility since 2016. So for the last 10 years, all we've been doing is closed loop. And then on the ERCOT batch process, again, I think it's been very stakeholder receptive. The PUC has encouraged ERCOT to be very receptive to the stakeholder process, and I really do commend Pablo and Jeff Billow in particular at ERCOT for putting together what has been a very thoughtfully run process. The reality is it's an impossible ask. We're talking about, a few weeks ago it was 200 gigawatts, today it's 400 gigawatts, but that would be quadrupling the size of the Texas grid if they just said yes to everything overnight. And so there has to be a filtration system to get to what are the most mature projects that have the financial acumen and ability to perform to actually proceed. And I think that's where this process is distilling to, is the projects that are most ready to hit go are hopefully going to be the ones that get approved. And that's certainly what we are advocating for, what Michael's advocating for, and many of our peers. I think one of the challenges is there are a lot of people that own land with power lines running through it and have some real estate development background and are putting in requests, and there's no good gate of how to stop that or at least vet it more thoroughly. And so there's just been a ton of speculation, and there has to be a fair and equitable way so that everyone gets treated the same for ERCOT and the PUC to be able to digest the amount of requests. And so we're not going to end up with a perfect answer. Not everybody's going to be happy. We're going to lose some projects in this process, undoubtedly, just based on how far along we are. But the reality is the ones that are most well set up to succeed should be the ones that work through this process, and we're big advocates for that.
Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, and jumping in real quick, Rep. Bennett, Black Mountain. I believe my fellow panelists have addressed well the water intensity and the usage. And without a doubt, the industry's heard the message and over the last 10 years moved strongly towards efficiency. But a couple comments on the batch process, and we won't belabor it because we could spend the whole day talking about that. It's its own spider web. But what I would just reinforce to you all is certainly that time's of the essence, and that it is a race and speed matters. And certainly data center companies want to be in Texas. I think we want the economic development. But there's no doubt that other states are competing for that economic development as well. And so I think it's important to remember that just like attracting businesses and corporate headquarters is important for economic growth, data centers undoubtedly have a massive impact, especially in a state like Texas where we don't have an income tax, but lo and behold, we do have a property tax. $10 billion campus investments are just enormous for the ability to provide services that the regular taxpayer wants and expects. And as my panelists have pointed out, there's little drain on the other side. We're not showing up with 500 students. So I think it's really important that we kind of keep our eye on the prize and try and move expeditiously. I think everybody on the regulatory side's attempting to do that. But great for you guys to reinforce, like, let's get to an answer, let's set the rules, let's have this growth.
From my perspective, one of the areas of interest for me is to make sure that since water is so scarce, there are opportunities out there that we could use treated water, municipal waste, for example. And I'm particularly concerned about produced water. And what do we do about it? We're running out of places to put it, and we've got a critical industry here in the state that is critical to our economic future. And as we produced oil and gas, we're running out of places to put the water that was generated from that process. So we're looking for opportunities to create infrastructure that will treat that water to a level of reuse, whether you reintroduce it back into the hydrological system, i.e. a stream bed, or you aerate it on a crop, or you provide it to a data center to use in their process. So we're looking for opportunities and a market for that water, and I would hope that this industry would be particularly receptive to working with your developers and your engineers to try to find opportunities that we could reuse that, either wastewater, municipal reuse, or certainly our produced water issue. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the panel, and thank you, gentlemen, for your responses.
Ms. T.
I want to thank this excellent committee for being so informative. I'm from Houston, and we don't have zoning in Houston. And I noticed that there's going to be a new data center in my area, which is a lower economic community, mostly made up of persons who are at retirement or who have retired. Do you all, when you get ready to locate in certain geographical areas, are you ever offered any governmental incentives?
Thank you, Representative. Just to clarify the question, do we offer incentives, or are those governments?
Does the governmental entities offer you any incentives to locate?
That's very much going to depend on the specific locality, but there are local incentives that are sometimes offered in conjunction with the local economic development agency. I don't know.
Yes, so Texas has a state incentive for data centers. That has drawn a lot of data centers to the state historically, and I think has been a very successful program. It offsets the sales and use tax, so just sales tax on electricity, sales tax on servers, on equipment. Skybox historically has not pursued significant or meaningful incentives related to business personal property or real property taxes. So we're usually not focused on a large incentive program. With that said, we have done a program in Pflugerville for the first building. I think the total incentive on that was about $2 million over a 5-year period. And then there's an incentive program for the first portion of the campus in Hutto. But historically, we're focused on the state incentive over the local incentives.
I was just concerned because I know in Houston we have property taxes, sales taxes, hospitals, library, dog convention, puppy and cat, feeding taxes, and just plain old conversation taxes. And I just want to make sure.
And Representative,
Water has been one of the key things here that's been discussed with the previous panel and you all. In Houston, we have water, but we have a river called the Datacenter River that has been needing a cleanup for a long period of time. And we're all concerned about water to the extent that we're not able to use that as drinking water at this particular time, have not been for a long period of time. And we're really trying to be more cautious about data centers coming into the area. Not that we don't want them, because we think that they serve a very unique and necessary purpose. But we are concerned because we also have an influx of people who are coming to our great city, and we're having builders building more and more subdivision, which means those persons are going to need goods, services, electricity, water, so forth and so on. So we're a little concerned about trying to preserve those things that we know that people are going to need, and yet be able to accommodate businesses that is the lifeblood of our state. And I heard you say we don't have an income tax. We can accommodate you on that one, if you like. But we know that would be a negative if a person coming into our state. But I just want you to get the thrust of why we are concerned about water so much. I'm concerned about the taxes and being able to spread that burden on the people who probably less able to be able to afford an increase, because we're finna get an increase in water bill right now in the city of Houston. And then they're thinking about a garbage fee, and you may come to Houston and see us tote our garbage to the dump rather than somebody picking it up. But I'm just concerned about it very much, and I thank you so much for your testimony. It's been very informative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Representative, if I may, just to offer a bit of context, especially on the affordability question, I think there are a couple of key examples that I'd like to highlight of how data centers help affordability in communities. Again, I go back to Loudoun County, Virginia. They've lowered taxes 2 years in a row, directly attributable to data center revenue that's come in. And so they've reduced the property tax 1 year and both the vehicle tax rate in the county 2 years in a row because of the revenue coming in. Red Oak, as I mentioned, that $13 billion on formerly tax-exempt land. So now they have a new revenue stream that they are investing directly back into the community. And then you have a community like Covington, Georgia, in which the mayor long-term has said, I would like to get rid of residential property taxes because I believe we can do it through the revenue coming in from an Amazon data center. And so I think there's tremendous opportunity for data centers to help address affordability concerns in communities, and ultimately, I think, help prevent tax increases on residents of those communities for many of those services because they can fill that revenue. And I know, especially on the water infrastructure side as well, the same principle holds true from the electricity side, which is that having a data center user on the system, they can actually help fund those water infrastructure improvements. And we see that throughout the country, in which water systems and water infrastructure providers can actually upgrade their system because of the revenue that comes in from a large user that's willing to pay for it and invest in it.
Thank you. Now, I have a data center that's about to be built about a mile 1.4 miles from where I live. And I know that that data center is going to increase the tax rate of those people in there, and they live in that community, because what they normally, we don't have zoning in Houston, so they just drop it in any, mostly in any minority community. And that's going to be an increase in taxes for my constituents.
Thank you, Representative. I think, what we expect to see, though, again, in Loudoun County, the property tax burden has actually, I believe, been held steady in Loudoun County because of data center revenue coming in. So they don't have to increase the levies on property taxes to make up that difference. So I do hope and I would expect that it actually would help keep taxes lower for those residents, but actually increase their property values in and of itself.
Well, let me just tell you how that value is going to help. We're building a $2 billion hospital that's about 2 miles from where I live. And that's a big tax bill on us for several years. And I'm just looking at the various taxes that may be coming in, and people in my area are already having problems. You know, we having hell buying gas right now. And those persons who need gasoline for their car or food, or maybe need to go to the hospital or to the clinic, are having a second thoughts about how to get to those places. And I'm just trying to make sure that we're not increasing the burden. As much as we need your facility, we're not increasing the tax burden on people who are least able to incur those burdens. Thank you.
I was just going to
Go ahead.
Sorry, Chairman. Just one real-world example of the economic impact of data centers. So we're developing a site. in
These are
Vietnam.
real-world examples I'm giving you.
No, I know. Yes, sir. I'll do it maybe on that I'm close to. The example that I'm thinking of, the current property that we acquired was zoned to ag, and currently pay $26,000 a year into local property taxes. And because of this kind of angst and uncertainty about it, we ran the math the other day, and without abatements, the same piece of property is going to send in over $70 million a year to the local city, schools, et cetera. So I think just the economic impact, as my fellow panelists have pointed out, it's such a massive investment. We think it's just an overwhelming net positive, but certainly understand all the concerns and thoughts about it. But I think they can be real game changers.
Okay. Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate y'all being here and your testimony. I think what I've taken from what y'all have talked about is that y'all are using very innovative solutions to these concerns that folks are having across the state. A lot of closed-loop water systems, efficient energy and water systems. I read recently that we already have about 300 data centers in Texas, and I'm curious as to the percentage of those that are not efficient and are not using these practices that y'all are talking about. Somebody mentioned earlier that, admitted that, yeah, there are some inefficient systems out there that are using our water at a rate that is probably not, very acceptable, and perhaps other things. And it looks like the PUC is preparing to do things to make sure that going forward we utilize practices like what y'all are talking about. But of those that are already built, can you all give some perspective about the percentage of these data centers that are not efficient and are probably, bad players in the industry?
So if you were just to look at the overall Texas market, now I'll zoom in on Dallas just as an example. Dallas is the largest data center market in Texas today. Of actual built-out inventory of what's existing computing right now, not under construction, is about 800 megawatts, so less than 1 gigawatt. So to put that in perspective, what Lansing's building in Abilene is more than 4 times the size of that today using this more modern technology. Of that 800 megawatts, I would estimate it is less than 20% that is using non-closed loop systems, that's using evaporative cooling, and those are going to be older buildings that were built in 90s or early 2000s, and have been improved over time, but it may not be efficient for them to ultimately make the conversion. The main concern would be building something like what Skybox is building now in Hutto at 600 megawatts, which is, again, almost the size of the Dallas market today, or what Lansing is building in West Texas. If you're not using these more advanced cooling systems, that's where you're going to see this dramatic impact. I think if you look at the legacy data centers, it's such a smaller percentage of what this market is turning into that it's not as concerning to me as if we don't make these changes on the new facilities, what the impact is going to be to Texas. So I think historically, like, it's a low percentage. I don't know right off the top of my head, and frankly, that's not public information, so it'd have to be an industry effort to figure that out. But the reality is it's a relatively small percentage. Where you've seen it really be a problem is there are a lot of markets that have historically had a lot of water. They might have big hydro facilities. Most of that's not in Texas, and that's where a lot of the negative press has come from, are markets where there was already a lot of water availability, and these facilities took advantage of that in the early 2000s. And today, it's like, wow, you're really consuming a ton of water. That narrative, unfortunately, has stuck on a lot of facilities that aren't deserving of that in the Texas market, where water is a much more sensitive issue than it might be elsewhere.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to follow up on what Ryan was asking, how can the legislature or the state as a whole differentiate the good players from the bad players and make sure that everybody's playing by the rules, particularly with regards to water? Any comment on that?
I think what is key is, as we look through the infrastructure process, whether it be ERCOT, PUC, or even at the local level, helping to distinguish, or at least have criteria that distinguishes the true projects from the speculative projects. I think amongst our membership, at least, our 40-plus members, we are the leading data center owners and operators. These are the companies that know how to build data centers, have a track record of building data centers, and have been doing it for decades. And if you've been doing it for decades, you know how to build one. Now, I say that as a general statement, not independent of the other folks here at the table. But I think the projects that demonstrate real commitment to building are going to be the projects that demonstrate the real commitment to the technology, because ultimately those are the projects that are going to see the dollars and cents and see the sustainability commitments to water positivity and others that are really going to make the difference in that project's long-term viability. So I think what is already happening on the electricity side and what I think happens at the local side, in which companies engage with those infrastructure providers at the outset to determine project needs, to determine resource availability, and ultimately to find the best path forward. Those are going to provide the models that are most applicable for determining the good from the bad.
Well, what I'm asking is, do we need an existing or a new agency in the state to basically regulate kind of overall the permitting process in addition to what PUC is doing?
Yeah, if I may, and again, Dan DiOrio with the Data Center Coalition. I guess what I would say is it's important to ensure that as you look across a growing economy and growing from a variety of different sectors, that you look holistically and ensure that you're not just singling out one industry that has a perception of high water use, but the actual story is far different. You need to look across all industries to help provide that holistic picture into how water is being used across the state. So I would say that is probably the key focus for any type of effort, is ensuring that there's accountability throughout the system.
Thanks, Representative Smith. The Haynes Strader with Skybox. My answer to your question directly is no. TCEQ monitors a lot of this stuff very closely.
It's primarily air quality, isn't it? Or?
Yes, sir, primarily air quality, but there are also water concerns there. Yeah. And then the local municipalities that we work with are monitoring this water situation very closely. And I think those, those city council members and mayors get elected based on how well their civil infrastructure is working, their civic infrastructure is working. And so we work very closely with those cities on water use. We just got a project zoned in Round Rock, and the city was publishing their metered rates, and in our PUD, they regulated that we have to use a closed loop system for us to get the zoning that we wanted in that specific instance. So I think you're seeing that happening at a local level pretty effectively. And I think the biggest thing, frankly, our biggest failure as an industry has been properly producing both information and then marketing it so that folks understand that what they're arguing about or what they're worried about really isn't the actual fact.
Well, I'm not sure how good a job the local officials are doing, because, some of these cities and counties are so hungry for economic development. I mean, they're hungry for anything that will bring any money or jobs, money to the tax base. I'm seeing this philosophy of, let's get it in, let's get it committed, let's get it built, and then we'll worry about the water later. And I just don't see anybody that is looking at the big picture for the state or any region of the state saying, wait a minute, where are we on water 30 years down the road or 50 years down the road?
Yes, sir. I think I understand that. What I would maybe counter with, or just perhaps an alternative perspective, and again, Michael addressed this. The clients that we have are some of the most environmentally minded companies in the world. They have net carbon neutral goals. They have water usage, returning water to the system. We're working with a company right now that does cloud seeding and can create literally net new water. I think you're going to see the industry successfully pushing to solve this problem, and we're all chatting about this amongst ourselves.
Well, I've dealt with many of your companies, and I agree. I mean, they're good to work with. They've been very responsible in terms of water usage, power usage. They're taking a very responsible, but there are some that aren't. We've seen some examples of that. Those are the ones that I'm concerned about.
What I would say as well, Representative, is it's important, as always, I think, with a state certainly as large and diverse as Texas, that a one-size-fits-all policy, certainly I don't think will be applicable throughout the state, and I don't think that's the recommended path forward. And that's always the challenge, I think, in this, is what is the balance between the state and what is the balance with the localities as well. So I don't have the magic answer to that, as I'm sure that is a universal question, but that's always the challenge here, is that it's a large, diverse state, and it's a large, diverse industry. This industry is not monolithic by any means, variety of different companies, structures, and operations. And so it's ensuring that a one-size-fits-all policy doesn't end up coming down from the state into the locals.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Rep. Bennett, Black Mountain. It's probably worth adding that I would say the vast majority of the state is covered with groundwater conservation districts that do have local kind of governance on trying to promote the sustainability and duration of those water resources, so that there is regulation that exists over, I would say that covers 80 or 90% of the state, and don't quote me on that, but just from having worked all over the state. So there are organizations that are set up to kind of monitor and manage kind of that.
Okay. One other quick question, and that is, there was some discussion of production of water from some of the other aquifers. And what I'm wondering, like, I know in the Panhandle, we have, I think it's Santa Rosa, that is a little bit brackish. It's probably too brackish for human consumption. So what water quality do the data centers need primarily? Is it a consumable water, or is it something less than that?
There are a number of aquifers deeper in the Panhandle. We're on top of the Blaine. It's trillions of gallons of water. It does have gypsum. We just clean it up.
Do you have to treat it or purify it?
Yes.
Okay.
We will pay it with our dime, a reverse osmosis system, and give totally clean drinking water back to the water authority.
See, this is really exciting, because
I agree.
It's a possibility to develop long-term water supplies that have never really existed in our part of the world.
And Jacobs has designed a long-term plan that runs through 2080 on how we get from a deficit to a surplus, and we're working on it.
That's I think, a really laudable objective. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Raymond.
Chairman, thank you for doing this hearing, and thank you to the Speaker for making this an interim charge. Your testimony, for me anyway, has been very instructive, I think probably for the other members. But I hope also that the questions here have been instructive for you. because, you know, what I've seen here today is, you know, I think you all need to do a better job of getting out there and informing, and, you know, we'll see what the headlines are tomorrow of whatever press is covering this, right? But I do think it's about better informing, primarily prospectively, like the data centers that are seeking to get online, or that are coming online, or that you're going to be building in Texas. We can talk about the old ones. The ones, I think some of the stuff that John was referencing was stuff that you said is 20 years old or 25 years old, right? So I think you've got to do a better job of that, because what'll happen when we get here in January is most of the members, you know, they're reading the same stuff that the general public is reading. Most of the members are not sitting on this committee, right? And then we have so many different things to deal with that it's like, if you haven't sort of fully informed or better informed the public and the legislators, then, you know, you run into these buzzsaws that are I'm sure very frustrating. For example, I know Mr. Smithy didn't hear your earlier testimony, and now he's walked out, and I'm going to hear it here. But other industries that we just sort of take for granted that use so much more water than you guys do. Let's see if somebody writes about that tomorrow. I doubt it. You know, oh, all these other industries are using a lot more water than data centers. Maybe not so bad. That's probably not going to be the headline. It probably should. It probably should be. But you guys, if you're interested in investing in Texas and making it work in Texas, talk about how Virginia is almost twice as many as us, and they haven't cratered. You know, their power's fine, their water's fine, you know, things like that. So I'm not going to tell you how to do your business, but y'all were really good. But you need to get out there and I think do a better job of informing. And the pluses, I mean, the stuff about the water, I hope that's true, dude, because that's great. That's great stuff, what you're talking about. White-haired guy here, you know.
It's a streak.
Huh? It's a streak. Well, I've got it all over. But that's like, that's amazing. So you got to talk about that if it's for real. Hope it is. So that's all I got to say is this has been, for me, I think, a really good hearing. I hope it's been a good hearing for you guys as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up on the water issue. So I think it was you, Dan, said that older data centers used evaporative cooling. You said, I think it was you, right, that brought that data point up, but 20 years old or so, that would be the era that evaporative cooling was widely used. And so that is a large, heavy water consumption in that type of system, right? Mm-hmm. Is anyone, when we're talking about these new data centers, and all these new projects that are proposed that we heard from ERCOT earlier, are any of those, is anyone using that technology still in new facilities? Or is that like completely outdated and no longer in use?
Thank you, Representative Dan DiOrio with the Data Center Coalition. I would say, you know, there are still some data centers that would use evaporative cooling. However, they're combining it with different technologies. So you may have the use of that evaporative cooling again for, you know, a few days out of the year in which it actually may be more energy efficient to use that to help reduce peak load off the grid. So that frees up electricity during the hottest days of the year. But you also have them using it in conjunction with, you know, that ambient air, that dry cooling technology. So it's used in conjunction with other technologies. You're not just using straight evaporative cooling where you're losing, you know, something like what, 70, 80% probably to evaporation throughout it. So it's not just a typical like evaporative cooling system on a home. It's not, you know, that type of system anymore. But there are going to be combinations of how data centers use all of that together.
Yeah. No, it's a good call out, Representative Turner. There are definitely multiple users that have different approaches. Skybox is dedicated to closed loop in Texas.
Okay.
The assessment is if you're using evaporative cooling, you're usually getting it requires less electricity to cool the building than if you're using closed loop. It requires more electricity. So for every kilowatt that we use to power a computer, we need another half a kilowatt or a third of a kilowatt, somewhere between a 0.3 and a 0.5, to keep the cooling system functioning if you're using closed loop. If you're using evaporative, that number goes down dramatically, so it could be less than 1/10 of a kilowatt. So that's in areas, for example, like Houston, where you might have access to a lot of water, that it may be more efficient to actually run evaporative cooling in that scenario where you've got abundant water versus an area that's very water constrained. So our approach has been, given just given the pushback across the state, but also just being respectful of our resources. In Texas, Skybox has chosen to solely invest in closed loop in all of our new developments. But there are still users that are pursuing some evaporative cooled solutions, but I agree with Dan. They're much more innovative than they were 25 years ago, and it's not the millions of gallons a day that these facilities could have consumed in the past.
Okay. And so then, with respect to air cooling, obviously that, I would assume that uses even more energy than closed loop, right?
So you can have a closed loop system that is air cooled, if that makes sense. So, but yes, it does use more energy. That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So a closed loop system could be water or air cooled.
Correct.
Right. Okay. But so in terms of energy consumption, evaporative cooling would use the least.
Correct.
Then closed loop water cooling would use
The
next, and then air cooled closed loop would use the most energy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in your example, you said if it's 1 kilowatt to run the computer, then it'd be 1.3 kilowatts to 1.3 to 1.5 kilowatts to cool the equipment
And run the computer.
and run the computer using closed loop air or water.
Air would be closer to the 1.5, and water would be closer to the 1.3.
Okay. Very helpful. So since you just use closed loop, and do you use a combination, water and air, in your
Yes, sir.
facilities?
Yeah, so we have air-cooled facilities, but we also empower what's called liquid to the chip. So that would be a water system where you're actually running water through coils that wrap around the servers and cool the servers that way.
Okay.
The buildings, most of our buildings that are currently being built can do both.
Okay. So since you don't use any evaporative in your facilities, I mean, do you consider closed loop to be like the gold standard, like the best practice in the industry?
In the markets that we are building in, yes.
Okay. But potentially, if you were in a, like, I don't know, coastal area or something, you had I was presuming you have to use some sort of desalination technology if you're using salt water.
Yes, sir. Or if you're on Lake Michigan or something, something like that. That's right.
Sure. But like for Texas purposes,
closed loop seems to be the best.
Closed loop's the best.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get to. Yeah.
I may
Sure, Dan.
comment on that as well. What I think is really key from across the industry is the rapid pace of technological innovation for how the industry approaches energy and water use. So I think we always advocate, and I would express, we always advocate for a technology-neutral approach because we have members that are innovating daily on how they combine all these different approaches to be water efficient and to be energy efficient as well. The industry is moving quickly, and I think the industry is moving quickly because we hear the concerns, and we've heard them loud and clear. And so a technology and neutral approach is always the best because, as the other panelists up here have all indicated, the industry is rapidly evolving to address these issues and using a variety of technologies to do so.
So just to be get us back on track here. You can't talk about data centers without talking about water. I get it. But the Natural Resource Committee actually has that interim charge. So I'm going to move us back to the batch process and what the hell we're supposed to be talking about. So thank you for that. Members, are questions? I've got a couple about the batch process. So, and Rhett, this is actually for you, given some of our other conversations, you know, the current, I guess I want you to expand on the current interconnection process and the proposed changes and the challenges it's presenting for a developer. And really, you know, when we went through, and we were in another hearing, we were going to do a deeper dive into Senate Bill 6. But the whole goal from this committee's standpoint on Senate Bill 6 was to regulate responsibly, but not impede process. And I think we've impeded the process. So if you would like to expand on that, and all of you can answer that question too, because when we get ready to report on our interim charge, what we want is to be able to bring to the legislature and to PUC and ERCOT, okay, this is what we said, this is what you did, this would make it better. So those are the kind of things, if you could expand on that, is my question. I know it's a broad question, and we're going to be here a while anyway, so go ahead.
Fair enough, thank you. So Rep. Bennett, Black Mountain, I guess kind of starting with the original mission, as I understood it, SB 6 was crafted to encourage data center growth, that economic development, but also protect grid reliability and protect consumers from rate increases. I think we're winning on 2 out of 3. I think that the first point is the one that's proven to be the most challenging on just encouraging that growth and promoting a data center development in Texas. So as Chairman Gleason and Pablo were kind of pointing out this morning, I think there's been a lot of effort put into what's it look like, and I think we're making good progress on that. I think there's probably been a lull in activity on like getting stuff done under the current rules with a lot of mindset kind of looking forward to what's the landscape going to look like. So I would say from my perspective, and we're advancing over a dozen projects everywhere from the Panhandle to the Gulf Coast, all over Texas. It's not been without its frustrations. I would agree. I think Haynes earlier characterized it as an impossible task. It certainly, as constituted, is challenging. I think overall people are kind of working towards triangulating towards the right answer. But I think my earlier comments on just making sure we continue to impress that speed, time is of the essence. We should continue to try and outcompete other states that are trying to attract these investments. At some point, making sure we've got some cadence of output on the actual approvals would be super helpful. But in general, I think we're triangulating towards the right areas. I think the one thing that we would flag, just as we craft the rules, is make sure it's not exclusionary and that it's ultimately a process that's kind of open both to the Googles of the world and then to Texas developers like myself, where we're coming up with fair and equitable rules kind of across the board, but not to the extent that things are out of reach. And then some of the monetary thresholds probably to get bandied about or on the upper end of the extreme, which acknowledging they said those probably come back. But I think, really we want to incentivize this growth. I think the batch process is getting to it. I think continuing to encourage the regulators, the rules on the books today, let's keep trying to advance projects and grow, is extremely important. I'll let some of the other panelists chime in on the batch process, but I think it's got good aspirations. I would add we're active in SPP and MISO, some other power markets, and certainly whether you call it batch or cluster, there's pros and cons to any methodology. And some of those other markets, I would say the continuously with studies can also occur in a batch or cluster process. It's not just germane to just individualized studies. So everybody's working hard on it. I'll let some other guys kind of speak to it. But
so on this batch process, one of the things is there's projects that were going through the RPG process that are now being incorporated in the batch process. Do we still need RPG?
Depends on who you ask.
Right? Well, I'm asking you.
I would say the transitions are always hard. I think the transition to batch has proven to be really challenging. I think if you were asking the on-course APs of the world, the RPGs and the regional transmission plans, that kind of was a batch before there was a batch. I don't know. We entered under the old rules. New rules are kind of getting crafted. I think ultimately, you get there and it's a good answer, but the transition's not without its, fits and starts. But
okay.
Michael McNamara, my hair wasn't white before the batch process. Just like to clarify. So here's our view on this. The data centers are coming. They don't use water. They have a tremendous amount of benefits. their scale is going to be very, very large. And the customers, and I'm sure Haynes sees it too, and Red does, the demand is inflecting higher. The value and use of these activities are getting better and better. And Texas is the place that can accommodate them the best, fastest. And putting these on the grid are the best for the customers preferred, the best way to pay down the system for all ratepayers, and the biggest incentive to bring on new generation. And so what you have to do from Thomas Edison and Siemens is you connect all these things with wires. The current batch process allows a new transmission plan, but that'll take 18 months, and the current system is frankly sold out. And so what we and others have been doing for years is working in the existing RPG process, which is well-known, well-documented, with $600 million from us and another $1.3 billion if needed, which will pay down that system by over 20 to 30%. So de-risking all the risk and giving certainty and clarity to the customer to build now. And so we think, with others, that approve the RPGs that have been filed through April 1st. Let them get going now. Let's get the wires going, and then let the generation and load come along. And what our customers will do is they'll start building natural gas plants at our sites if they know the interconnect is coming, and then that comes onto the system as a resource when everything's connected.
So, Michael, before you give up the mic, that leads me to the other question, because you brought up the interconnect and the transmission. How far behind is, so if it takes, say, I've heard everything 3 to 5 years to get the gas turbines and get them fired up and actually producing electricity, how far behind is transmission?
So we actually think we can get natural gas starting today in 24 months. The transmission system on our campuses for them to grow would be available in 28, 29, 2030, 2031. That's right in the sweet spot of what the customers want now.
Okay, all right. Y'all have anything you want to add to that? I've got a couple more questions, but
Sure. No, I'd love to chime in. I completely agree with Michael, and I think this is a great question for the TSPs later today as well. I think they have a good thought on how to approach this. But to Michael's point, if you look at project maturity, what projects are ready to go that can be live in 2028? If you're not under construction right now, you're not hitting a 2028 date. I can just tell you that. Or sorry, you're not hitting a 2027 date. It's going to be 28. So 2028 is the realistic timeline for mature projects that are waiting for this approval. We need to incorporate this base load concept within batch, needs to incorporate as many viable projects as it possibly can, in my mind, to organically grow the grid in a way that's responsible, but that keeps the ball moving. If we limit base load too significantly, then we're going to be, it's to Michael's point, it's not an 18-month problem, it's a 3 or 4 year problem. And so we need to make sure that what gets approved in this first round and then in batch 0 is a significant amount of projects that actually qualify from a mature project perspective. I think that's part of the gray area right now. It's not really clear to us what's going to be included in that and what's not. And I think that's part of the active working process.
And I'll just add to that too. I mean, the biggest thing is everyone up here has reiterated is I think certainty and visibility into what which projects are going to move forward right now, and that is very much in flux. And I think that is what's causing significant concern amongst whether it be the large loads or others about when we're moving forward. And the more uncertainty and unpredictability you have in that, the less viable just the marketplace can be over the long term.
okay. I've got, Dan, while you got the mic, this is kind of a question for everybody in the industry, and maybe you're the best to answer it. Particularly where these things are going in rural, very rural Texas, and people and laborers are scarce. Is there a concerted effort to do interlocal agreements with the schools in the realm of CTE?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's kind of the simple answer to that is workforce pipelines are an industry-wide concern.
Okay.
And so developing the next generation workforce and the next generation workforce that's there is key. And these are careers and jobs that don't take a 4-year degree. So career CTE programs,
So as the Data Center Coalition or your members, have they sought out within TEA to get like the IBC industry-based certificate where they can actually where a kid can get out of a CTE course in a high school in Texas with a certificate that is directed towards your industry? Have you
They
gone down that
absolutely
path?
have. Yes,
Okay.
we have. Texas State Technical College, one of our members, Compass Data Centers, work directly with them because Compass is in Red Oak. So directly work with them to establish the criteria, establish the certificate program that allows that individual to come out to be a data center technician.
Okay.
And to be able to work directly in that facility, work on placement pipelines to get into the industry, whether it would be with that company, Compass, or other companies that are building. So. And we also have done that in Northern Virginia as well, working with the community college system there to establish a data center curriculum. So this is for the data center industry, as well as with the community college system in Illinois too. Again, to establish data center specific curriculum to then get that pipeline of homegrown talent into the data center industry.
Okay. Perfect. My last question, which is also a little bit off topic from the batch process, but it's something that concerns me from an environmental standpoint. Where's the industry headed with battery storage and disposal? That's one of the things that we saw with renewables when they came in, and now we have boneyards of windmill towers and stuff that nobody wants to reclaim or do anything with. Well, I don't think we can afford from an environmental standpoint to have that same kind of scenario with batteries. So I'd just like a little insight on what's kind of industry standard, what's the plan as these things grow and build and there's more of it?
What I would say generally is, and while I may not have direct statistics or specific information, I know that our companies are heavily engaged in recycling opportunities, so like e-waste recycling, whether it be the servers or the batteries, because data centers will have battery systems kind of within them to control that time between when you can fire up your backup generators if you need to bridge that gap there. So data centers already have some of those battery storage systems in their facilities, and they routinely work with e-waste and recycling opportunities for those. Battery storage systems, I think, are very much a part of the current picture as far as whether it be utilizing it for potential backup opportunities, if possible, looking at larger scale, utility scale battery storage systems as well. There's a member company of DCC that has funded a large scale utility system, a battery energy storage system in Oregon. So pursuing those different opportunities, but I do think it's an important question for the future, but I do think it's one our members are already tackling because they do have so many of likewise components in their facilities.
Well, and I don't think you can answer it directly for everybody, but I think this committee would like to see a written document of these are best practices. This is what we're doing, and then I also wonder, when you're developing in these areas, particularly in the rural areas, and Haynes, you brought it up earlier about helping a community build a fire station. Well, in my world of the wildfire area, we're prepared. We're better prepared to fight a wildfire. Nobody's prepared to fight a battery fire. That's something that, from a public safety standpoint, I think this committee would like to have some information on where the industry is on these things and prevention, fighting fires, those kind of things that we can add to our report when we're done.
Yep. And just to build on that a little bit more as far as battery safety, Chairman King, yes, fire suppression systems are always incorporated into designs, public safety response. And I know that actually we have an industry advisory council portion of our membership, which are those within the ecosystem. So for example, a company like Johnson Controls, and I know they actively are manufacturing fire suppression systems that go into data centers for that. So it is a very real concern for the data center industry and one we take seriously. So we can get you more information on how the industry is already incorporating that into their designs.
Thank you.
I'd just comment on the last question. I think when you think about these buildings, think about a modern submarine being built above ground. The threat of a fire to the asset and to the people in that building is obviously very significant. And so every aspect of the building is sectionalized. The fire suppression system is very specific. You know, we don't use HEAL on gas anymore, but very early system detection, VESDA, and all kinds of different technologies that ensure that our staff that operate these buildings are extremely well trained. We do trainings with the local AHJ fire departments in our buildings as the buildings are commissioned to make sure everybody understands where the lockouts are, where the fire riser rooms are, how to access that, if, you know, how to segment the building in those events. So the largest technology companies in the world have been very prescriptive of how to ensure that if there is an event like that, it doesn't take the whole building out, much less create a threat to the community.
Sure. Okay.
Rep Bennett, Black Mountain. I would just add one more comment on the recycling side. I think there is a differentiation between maybe the windmills, and not picking on any industry, but those blades are probably not made of, you know, super valuable material, whereas the batteries have lithium, nickel, cobalt, like really valuable ingredients that are certainly worth, you know, re-injecting kind of into the circular economy. So I think battery recycling is probably a huge deal as compared to maybe the low value that might exist out the windmill blades.
All right. I don't see any other questions for y'all. Thank you very much. Your testimony was great. Appreciate it. She's the only one.
No,
Thank you. Very kind voicemail today. I feel like I've been around of steam on
your script should be correct too as well. That's all.
Okay. All right. Chair calls Chris Moser, Stacy Doré, Brian Lloyd, Walt Baum. Anyway, all right. We do the same thing. Just go through, if you have an opening statement, introduce yourself. We'll start with Chris. State your name and who you're with for the record, and proceed with an opening statement if you have one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chris Moser. I serve as Senior Vice President for Competitive Markets and Policy at NRG. NRG is a major player in the electric industry here in Texas. On the generation side, we've got 11,000 megawatts. We're currently building 3 new plants right now, adding another 1,500 megawatts of dispatchable generation to the grid, first of which, to your question earlier, will show up for the summer. And that's Texas Energy Fund plants that have been helped by that. We also have a joint venture with GE and Kiewit, which could result in another 5.5 gigawatts coming on later in the decade, call it 29 to 32. But generation is only part of the NRG story in Texas. We're also one of Texas's largest load-serving entities, 3 million residential customers, and in fact, we serve we send more power to our customers than we generate every year. And with that big a customer base, we've been focused on affordability since the beginning of the data center boom. And here's what we're trying to do to help that. On the generation side, we're bringing new dispatchable supply to the grid. On the retail side, we've built premier demand-side management programs across the system, residential, commercial, and industrial. For instance, our smart thermostat program helps residential customers save money, and I'm happy to say we have almost 200 megawatts worth of participating customers. And our business program resulted in $5 million worth of savings in 2025 for businesses and schools. On the policy side, which is what we're talking about today, we've been advocating for data centers to bring their own generation, bring your own new generation. This is simply the idea that new large loads should come prepared with new generation, and if they are, that interconnection should be encouraged, not delayed. SB 6 supported this idea, and so far I'm happy to report that that seems to be holding course in the various policies that we're seeing, but let's be honest, as you've heard already today, we are in peak sausage-making season right now. We've been active participants in all of the different proceedings coming from SB6 and are encouraged by ERCOT and their comments considering bring your own new generation in their batch zero process. We think allowing a load co-located with new generation to take service when the generation is available gives data centers what they want, which is speed to power, and helps keep the grid stable and prices lower. We think the batch process must accommodate data centers when they bring beneficial arrangements like these to the grid. SB6 provided the framework that Texas needs to create investment incentives while mitigating the impact on average customers. Part of that mitigation is what was mentioned earlier by Chairman Gleason on the reallocation, the relook at the allocation of transmission costs. And there's a bunch of different ways you can do that, and he mentioned some of them. You can change the measurement time, you can implement a new large load rate class, you can add floors or ceilings, and these changes can make a big difference to the average customer. All of these policy changes are still works in progress, but I'm happy to report progress is being made. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Who would like to go next?
I'm happy to go next. Good morning, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee. My name is Brian Lloyd. I'm with Encore Electric Delivery, the state's largest transmission and distribution utility, and you might have gathered today, we have more of the data center requests than anybody else that Pablo's slides kind of shown. And some of the areas you've talked about today, Red Oak, Texas. If you don't know Red Oak's about an hour south of Dallas, kind of toward Houston. Midlothian is a little bit to the west of that, another big data center area. Haynes talked about some areas just north of Austin. We serve that area as well as the Permian Basin in West Texas, where there is interest there as well. You should have a slide deck from me, and for the question of, well, why does Encore have this disproportionate number of requests, the first slide sort of shows that, and the Chairman Gleason talked today about the fiber connectivity being a really important part of data centers. Data centers are not new to Encore. We are, as you've heard in DFW, the number 2 data center market in the country, and I think as somebody said, we expect to be number 1 probably by 2030. But on this map, you can see the sort of a map of some existing data centers from a data source the Pacific National Lab put together. The pink on that map is that internet connectivity and fiber concentration, and that, again, I think kind of shows you some of the areas we were talking about. Though data centers are not new to Encore, the scope and scale, both in the number of requests and the size of individual data requests, that is what is new and what has overwhelmed the existing processes. In the second slide in that deck shows, we kind of bucketed our request into kind of the geographic concentrations that we sort of see that. And again, you can see that around the DFW area, north of Austin, but also in West Texas and other parts. So this volume for Encore and what that map, I think you've already concluded this, but it is why Senate Bill 6 was needed. It is why a batch process is needed, and it is why the PUC rulemakings are needed, because we need help narrowing this set of requests into something manageable. Today I want to highlight 4 areas that Encore thinks are very important to resolve by the end of the year. You've heard some of these before, so I will be brief and we can get to questions. We do agree that we need to transition to a process that has meaningful upfront requirements, financial conditions, perhaps as a significant one to help us filter out the less mature, less developed projects. We think the PUC is making good progress on this. We caution that there's sort of a needle's eye we have to hit here, where we winnow out some of the projects that aren't as well developed, but we don't scare away the real projects that can have a great benefit to the state. The Chairman talked about an aspect of their proposed rules on non-refundability. We think that's not really necessary to kind of get to some certainty that these customers pay for the infrastructure that we will be building for them. Secondly, we think it's very important that a batch process comes out with an actionable transmission plan. I think the Chairman asked the question of, do we still need our current regional planning group or RPG process? That process has been one where it has been difficult to move transmission projects along. So we think the batch needs to come out with the transmission plan so we and the other utilities can get to building what the state needs. Importantly, we think as that batch result comes out and some projects say, well, you know what, I'm out, once they sort of see the plan and their allocations, we think within that batch, utilities need to be allowed to basically backfill projects. Maximizing the use of each of these transmission plans as they come out is what is best for the rest of the ratepayers in the state. Third, this question of who pays, how they pay, and when they pay is, I think, the most critical question to get answered by the end of this year. We have an historic opportunity to make a generational investment in the Texas power grid in a way that makes Texas attractive to these businesses, but also improves reliability and resiliency for the rest of the state, as well as keep rates stable. It's kind of hard to sometimes say what part of a transmission project is for reliability versus serving new customers, but we actually have one that's a pretty pure, how do we increase capacity for new large loads? And it's what we call our South Dallas project. You've heard a lot about South Dallas. It's an area that there are data centers that are there today, under construction, and more want to come. We submitted a suite of transmission projects to ERCOT over a year ago, about $1.2 billion in transmission. Now that sounds like an eye-popping number, but let me walk you through the math of how that works. For a $1.2 billion investment, for us, that translates into a need for our rates to then recover about $146 million a year, because we spread this investment over a very long time. Other customers' rates don't go up by that, though, because we are enabling new customers to come onto the system to pay. That's a very, very key fact. Under our current transmission rates, before we do anything on reallocating costs and everything else, 1 gigawatt of new industrial load, if it pays at that 1 gigawatt, brings in about $40 million of revenue a year. Okay, so for this project that enables 4 gigawatts of load, we get $160 million of new revenue for $143 million of new costs. Let me repeat that number. We get $160 million of new revenue for $143 million of cost if this load pays sort of for the contracted capacity that we are building for them. That's a great thing for the rest of the ratepayers of the state. And this South Dallas project, this is largely a rebuild, very little new transmission here. We are rebuilding or reconductoring 30 to 40-year-old transmission that we're going to have to do in the next couple of decades anyway. And if we have an opportunity to have new customers coming to the state pay for that, we'll have done some really good work in this state. I also want to sort of hit a point that I think Representative Darby and some others have made. It is our strong view that we cannot halt the longstanding work on interconnecting new customers, large and small, and the transmission needed to serve them while the batch process and the rules are finalized. We have the Permian Basin Reliability Plan that Mr. Guerin, as you know, was largely about the forecasts of getting ahead of the forecast of demand in the Permian Basin. We are building that in large part for that industry and those needs. They can't have the rug pulled out from under them. Similarly, we serve customers like Samsung and Taylor and Texas Instruments up in Sherman and in Richardson, Texas. We serve DFW Airport, which is expanding into a new terminal. Again, we have these other customers in South Dallas that are looking to add more. We've been planning transmission along the way. You've sort of heard about what do we do with these projects. We think it's important that the customers we have been planning for and building for get the benefit of those projects as part of this process. The last slide you have there, this is a data center charge, I know, but this makes the point that we can't lose sight of the other needs of the state. If we had no data centers on our system between oil and gas, other manufacturing, and other large demands on our system, the Encore peak demand would still grow by 60% in the next 5 to 6 years. We have to continue to plan and make sure that there is grid available for these other very important Texas industries. And that's all I have. Happy to answer questions when we get to that.
Mr. Raymond?
Thank you. So you said you would still have a 60% growth?
Yes, sir.
What will it be, since you are going to have since it looks like you're going to have data centers? So instead of a 60% growth, what is it going to be, 80?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, our current peak demand on the Encore system, ERCOT overall grid peaks about 88 gigawatts. Ours is about 40 because we're such a big part of the state. We currently have 270 gigawatts in our queue. That's, again, not a realistic number for us to serve. We have, looking at the numbers here, about 18 gigawatts of non-data center load on top of that 40. That's kind of where that number comes from. Mm-hmm. We have a sizable number of very advanced data center projects as well that are in, when you add those up, those are in the tens of gigawatts. And when you get below 75 megawatts, this whole process is for customers above 75 megawatts. We have several thousand megawatts of smaller, we call medium-sized industrial loads as well. The answer to your question of where our load is going to get is the question of how fast can we get transmission plans approved to serve all of them.
No, but you said even if we didn't have data centers, on the forecasted, or, that you would have a 60% growth demand, right?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, since Let's assume you are going to have data centers. What will it be instead of 60?
The answer is how much transmission can I build for them? Because again, I think we have, with this
Again,
large set. we
let's
think-
assume you could build everything. What would the demand, 70% instead of 60, or do you know?
Oh,
Am I
it would be
asking?
significantly more than that. So, I mean, we could very well
Well,
double our peak demand
Okay,
in the
there you
next
go.
5 years if there's
All right.
adequate transmission that we can build for that.
All right,
Yes, sir.
thanks.
Next witness.
Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide these remarks today. My name is Stacy Doré, and I am here to speak on behalf, sorry? Oh, more mic, okay. I'm here to speak on behalf of Vistra and our 4,000 Texas team members who work at our 22 power plants across the state and our headquarters in the DFW area. Our roots in Texas go back 145 years, and we are proud to power Texas. You've heard today a lot about the economic development benefits and water needs of data centers, but I want to focus on the benefits of data centers to our power grid. Electric demand growth from data centers will allow our existing grid to be utilized to its optimal capacity while spreading fixed costs across a larger number of customers and directing many of those costs to the customers who can best afford them. This will help us keep Texas as one of the most affordable grids in the country, and that is because competitive markets work. Data centers will also help ERCOT remain reliable. Customer contracts for existing generation plants and eventually for new generation plants will ensure that our existing plants are maintained long into the future and also incentivize new plants to be built. Vistra has nearly 12 gigawatts of gas plants in ERCOT, and similar to other gas plants, they only run 50 to 60% of the hours in a year. These plants are turned down or turned off when the grid does not need them. Additional data centers in ERCOT can be served efficiently and cost-effectively by these underutilized gas plants. That is the most cost-effective way of meeting this demand growth. We do need new generation as well. In fact, by 2028, Vistra will have added more than 3,100 megawatts to the ERCOT grid since 2020. But new power plants take time to build, and in the meantime, many data centers bring their own backup generation. This will allow them to curtail their energy usage during the roughly 5 to 20 hours per year that the grid is tight, ensuring that our grid is optimized, reliable, and cost-effective. We can offer a great example of how these large customers benefit our power grid. Vistra is proud to partner with Amazon to develop a computing campus on the Comanche Peak Nuclear Power Plant's 8,500 acres of property. Our project with Amazon is differentiated, and it's real, and it's ready to go. First, Amazon is building its data center on land that we already own. The site is far away from residents, and residents will not see it. Second, no new water is needed for this data center. It will use a small portion of Vistra's long-held existing Comanche Peak water rights. Third, all reliability safeguards are in place for this data center. Amazon is building megawatt for megawatt backup generation and is contractually obligated to use it should ERCOT experience an emergency. And fourth, the Somerville County Commissioners Court supports this data center project and has already voted to approve an economic benefits package that enables the county to reap the benefits of Amazon's significant local investment. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, this partnership provides long-term certainty for an existing power plant, Comanche Peak, allowing us to extend the life of the plant for decades. With Amazon's support, we could also potentially add up to 200 megawatts of new nuclear power to Comanche Peak by completing uprate projects, and even exploring one day new nuclear units at the site. Together, Vistra and Amazon have already invested more than $100 million in diligence and design, equipment and parts, demonstrating real commitment to this project, not speculation. And that brings me to my key policy point. In order for Texas to realize the benefits of this project, or any project that is real, credible, and turning dirt, we must get these projects connected on time and not subject them to restarts or restudies. Vistra supports efforts to raise the bar on our load interconnection queue and we are urging ERCOT and the PUCT to ensure that late-stage, mature projects like ours do not get caught in a restudy net. The result will be simple. Texans get a stronger, more secure grid, and data centers help to pay for it. The bonus is that Texas can then lead the U.S. in achieving the American objective of energy and technology dominance. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Vice Chairman, my name is Walt Baum, and I'm with Powering Texans. Want to take a minute just to thank the committee for the work you have done over the past several sessions on strengthening the resiliency of the grid, the work that you have done to improve weatherization standards, to enhance the emergency planning, and to support the generation supply chain. Since the 2021 session, since Uri, have made meaningful additions and strength to the grid. Our grid is really strong right now. And that's why we're here today talking about all the data centers that want to come here. The grid is strong because of the innovative wholesale market that this legislature set up. 32 years ago, this committee was doing interim hearings on should we allow anybody else other than utilities to own generation. Back then, the only people who could build a power plant were the investor-owned utilities. Y'all passed a bill in '95 that allowed for the competitive wholesale market to begin to open. That started the transition to the grid we've got today, and then the bill that passed in '99, opening up the full market to competition. The Texas's healthy grid is why the data centers are here, and that's a good thing for the state of Texas and improve grid stability. To keep that leadership, we need to continue to send the clear signals that Texans remain stable and open for business for investment, and we need to make sure that the system that's set up appeals to data centers, but also make sure that residential consumers are taken care of, and our existing manufacturers that are here are all here to stay. But we do think the legislature has passed the tools that the PUC needs to meet this increased demand. As Stacy was talking about, our competitive market is sending the signals to build new gas plants. These data centers are the perfect customers for new gas plants because they need load 24/7. And as Pablo mentioned earlier, you are seeing new gas plants in the interconnection queue right now has doubled from where y'all sat last year. And there are Texas Energy Fund plants coming online this summer. We've got a lot of electricity most of the time, a lot of excess capacity most of the time. And as Stacy said, if you're utilizing the output of those gas plants, right now, if you pull up your ERCOT app, there's 31 extra thousand megawatts available on the grid right now that isn't being used. So running the output of our existing gas plants more percentage hours of the year is a way that we can meet the load without increasing customer costs. And the extra load that's coming, as Brian mentioned, helps spread the costs around. If you look at, there was a recent study that looked at all of the states, and the states that had the highest growth saw that prices raised the least. And the states that had the lowest growth are seeing prices go up the most. And so the spreading the fixed costs around for the transmission and distribution system over more demand will help keep the downward pressure on prices. What y'all passed last session in Senate Bill 6, will help make sure that there are real projects that are coming and on the way. Y'all set up the bill, kind of in four different categories, that if you're trying to build a plant, that you need a detailed transmission and interconnection study with assigned cost responsibilities, also disclosure and data sharing to support planning with ERCOT and the PUC. You also need the curtailment and reliability deployment agreements, like Stacy mentioned, so that power, when ERCOT needs it, can go back to the grid, and the cost allocation and service agreements. Projects that have met these 4 requirements are shovel-ready and are the easiest foundation for the grid to build on to meet this data center load that's on the way. You always hear me talk about the need for certainty. One of the things, and Stacy mentioned it too, y'all set up a process in the bill last time that had a pretty strict timeline to make sure that on co-located facilities, the projects that build their own transmission and investment and their own transmission infrastructure directly to connect to a power plant, that there was a strict timeline, that when you started these studies, that our companies would know whether they would be approved or not. They've got to go through a 120-day approval process at ERCOT and then a 60-day approval process at the PUC. These have already begun, but if some of these projects get stuck in the batch process, they can't meet that 180-day approval process. It might be 18 months until they'll know. So Pablo mentioned earlier that putting some of these projects in the base load will fix that and allow those timelines to be met, and I hope we see that come out as ERCOT continues to work on these. But we really think that Texas has built something rare, a competitive, integrative grid that continues to grow, and we do think that this data center load can continue that growth and make the grid continue to be reliable for all customers. Thanks. Happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you for your testimony. After listening to so many wonderful experts this morning, I'm wondering what kind of educational training and skills is necessary for us to have or maintain a market of employees, and whether or not Texas can have a role in making sure that we are able to train those persons here within our state.
I'm happy to start. I think for the transmission and distribution utility, Oncor is a utility that we have been adding employees in light of this growth, and that's everything from folks that do these planning studies, but also linemen. And we partner with a number of colleges on apprenticeships and other training programs. Having that workforce continue to be healthy and a good pipeline of new employees. We are a company getting younger kind of day by day because of just the nature of our industry having sort of an age-out problem. So we are very interested in talking to the state about how we can partner with you all to continue the work on the workers in particular we need. I think you heard from the data centers, there's some overlap there in terms of electrical work and plumbers are not a thing we really need, but those kind of trades, I think, are a great opportunity for the state and industry to partner on.
If you'll
Chris
please
And I'd like
remain
to further,
before
yes,
you
sir.
speak. If you please
Chris Moser, NRG. I couldn't agree more. I think that
I can't hear you. Can you pull your microphone
Yeah.
closer?
Chris Moser, I couldn't agree more. I think that the trades are, the craft labor, the welders, the electricians are going to be in high demand coming forward. The last time we had a big build out in power plants was in the early 2000s. That workforce is either aging out or has aged out, and to the extent that we're going to need people working on both data centers and power plants at the same time, that is all the more the case that you're going to need a bunch of them. So I think anything that the state does in that direction of encouraging that would be fantastic.
Well, I certainly would like to visit with you all because I have a Houston Community College in Houston, and we would like to see some of your programs, there if possible. What impact, if any, does this war have on your industry? Any ripple effects that you see?
Brian Lloyd for Oncor Electric Delivery. I would say what we see in light of the move in oil and gas prices is a reiteration of the need to ensure we build out the Permian Basin so that Texas oil and gas can continue to provide an advantage to this company. I will say broadly over the last several years, things like tariffs, not our rate tariff, but tariffs on products coming from other countries, has impacted the cost of steel, cost of aluminum, things like that. We manage that as best as we can with our supply chain, but things have gotten a little more expensive to build as we have all this infrastructure we need to do.
And are you anticipating on a somewhat of a long-range plan in the event that we may be in this war longer than what we really would like to be?
We, again, Brian Lloyd with Encore, I am immensely proud of the supply chains that our team has built. We have for the next 5 years, a plan that would spend about $45.5 billion on transmission and distribution investment. We have a strong line of sight to everything we need for that 5 years, including inventories of things you hear about from others, that there's shortages of transformers. I often joke, well, everybody else has a shortage because Encore has them all. I mean, we have a team that's really done well. We'd love to kind of take some of you guys on a tour of a new logistics hub we have also in South Dallas that I describe it as the warehouse from the end of Indiana Jones, where you kind of walk in and there's an ark in there someplace probably, but there's a lot of electrical equipment too. So we are doing long-range planning, have been doing it for a while because of this growth, and that is what helps make us resilient to these other types of events.
Thank you.
Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stacy, your partnership with Amazon and the power that you're going to build for them in Somerville County, you said the Commissioners Court voted in favor of it. Did the people of Somerville County seem to be in support of it? Because obviously in Hood County, which is their neighbor, there's a hell of a lot of pushback. Are you getting pushback from the people in Somerville County?
So we enjoy.
I mean, I know y'all are the only taxpayer in Somerville County, but.
Yeah. We are a very significant taxpayer in Somerville County, and we enjoy a very long-standing positive relationship with the community in Somerville County. I think, of course, everywhere across the country, you're going to see a vocal minority of people who oppose progress and who oppose development, and we listen carefully to those voices. But we are experiencing a lot of support in Somerville County. As I said, the commission did vote to approve a benefits package for the data center there. And we are committed with our partner, Amazon, to communicate clearly, transparently, and quickly about the benefits of the project in the area. I think a lot of what you see in that general vicinity in terms of opposition is opposition to data centers that are frankly not like ours. Ones that don't have a plan for water, they don't have a plan for road access. Frankly, they don't even have a plan for interconnection or power. And they're also taking up a lot of new private land that they've gone out and leased. And as I said, ours is.
And y'all are on 8,500 acres that you already own.
We're on 8,500 acres.
And no neighbors.
That's right, exactly.
Good fishing, too.
Yes, and so we actually individually have enjoyed a lot of support for the project, and we try to make sure that we're distinguishing some of the other noise from the support that is for our project.
Well, it seems like since I passed 5066 and nobody did anything about it and just ignored the hell out of it and started studying instead of doing something, y'all have addressed that somewhat, and you're going to build 2 power plants in the Permian, is that correct?
We're building 860 megawatts of gas plants at our Permian site, where we already have a gas plant, so we're adding to that site.
Is the construction currently underway?
It is, and it'll be online in 2028, and we're in the process of finalizing our TEF funding for that.
Well, thank you very much for being here, and I appreciate everything y'all are doing for our area.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate your support.
Mr. Guerin, what was that bill you referenced?
5066.
Did you know what was in it?
Mr. Raymond. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I can read one-page bills. I'm not sure PUC can or ERCOT can, because the word study's not in that damn bill anywhere, but we've been studying the hell out of it.
Thanks, Chair.
I may have hit a nerve. Mr. Raymond.
Well, there was another, thank you, Chairman. There's another nerve that was hit here, given the testimony we've heard today and the impact on ratepayers in the state of Texas. I would like to make a motion that any tariffs on steel or anything else that have negatively affected ratepayers in the state of Texas, at least in Texas, that those tariffs be removed immediately. I so make a motion. Can I get a second?
You're not recognized for anything.
Remove the tariffs that increases the rates.
All right. Who's next? Anybody else? Mr. Turner.
If you'd been recognized, I would have seconded. My question is, we heard testimony earlier from ERCOT with respect to the proposed batching process on these large load projects. And I'd be curious from each of your organization's perspectives, if you have any initial feedback to share with the committee on what ERCOT is talked about this morning.
Thank you, Representative. I'll go first. I'll just say that Vistra is supportive in the long term of the batch process. We recognize the need to come up with a new way to study these projects given the unprecedented number of applications that are in the queue. I do think, though, that we still need to work on raising the bar in the queue itself to filter out. There's no way there's 400 gigawatts of data centers coming to the United States, much less Texas. We've done, analysis that shows a top-down way of thinking about how much data center growth could we see in ERCOT. So rather than just looking at interconnection queue applications, we look at things like chip supply globally, data center supply globally, supply chain considerations, and we think the number, reasonably speaking, is probably more like 30 gigawatts by 2030. And if that were the number we were all dealing with, this would become a lot easier, but we're not. We're dealing with an interconnection queue that has 400 gigawatts of requests in it, and I think we need to find a way to raise the bar on those applications as a first step to make sure we're getting projects that are credible and have the financial wherewithal to move forward, and that those are the ones we're studying. So that's the first issue. As for the batch process itself, again, we understand the need for a new process, and we're supportive of it in the long term. The concern that Vistra has had and what we voiced repeatedly at ERCOT and the PUC is making sure that the way the criteria is set for who is in the baseline of the batch process versus who gets studied or restudied in the batch process is clear. It's not yet clear, and that it also recognizes the maturity of a project. I think Mr. Strader on the previous panel, he put it well. He said the batch baseline needs to incorporate as many viable, mature projects as possible, not the speculative ones. And in our case, for example, Encore very, very diligently completed our studies for our Comanche Peak process way back in December. There are some additional items that we're working through with them and with ERCOT, but given everything that I've shared about that project, it's very clear that that's the kind of mature project that needs to be in the baseline load of the batch process and not be restudied. And there are many examples like that. I'm just using this one because I know about it. So it's not a concern about the overall batch process itself. We have a concern about who's being included in the baseline load and who's going to have to be restudied and perhaps start all over something that's been in process for 2 years or more.
Sorry. Just to follow up on a couple of those points. Is there ambiguity right now whether or not those projects that have reached a maturity level are going to be included, or is there a sense that they definitely will be, or is it just sort of an unknown from your perspective?
Well, there's ambiguity just from the standpoint of the rules haven't been adopted, and there's a lot of proposals being thrown around. ERCOT has its proposal, we're commenting, other people are commenting, so it's just unclear at the moment.
Okay.
But also there's an element of the way that at least ERCOT is proposing it that gives them discretion over, deciding the maturity level kind of between now and July. And the criteria for the exercising that discretion, in my view, is very unclear.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then with
Mr.
respect,
Turner, I'll just sort of add on that, General, if I can.
let me just follow up on one other point Stacy raised. In terms of raising the bar to kind of cull those projects, so you said it's not real. There's no way it's going to be 400 gigawatts, maybe 30.
Yeah.
If I heard that right. What are some things ERCOT can do to raise the bar and get to that?
Well, I think Pablo Vegas did, recognize this issue this morning, and he threw out some criteria, which I agree with. I do think the financial security should be higher. I don't think where it's set today is actually going to result in much culling. Now, in terms of refundability and tiering according to load size, we'd be supportive of making sure we have rules that don't impact lower, smaller loads that are just trying to get on the grid in the normal course. We agree those should go forward. But I think you can raise the financial security. I think you can insist that the developer or the load applicant show that they actually have control over the site. A lot of developers are out there optioning land, and they don't, their option might expire before the study process even finishes. So I think making sure they have site control. Pablo mentioned even looking at things like equipment orders. I think that's a relevant consideration, because if you get approved to build something, and especially if it has a power generation element to it, even just backup gen, but you haven't ordered equipment now, then you may not be getting online in the time that you said you were going to. And then I think just also showing a contract for power, showing a customer commitment of some sort to purchase the power from the grid, I think is another indicia of viability. So I think there's numerous things they can look at, and I think they do intend to look at those things, but I think we need transparency about what qualifies.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Sorry, please.
Yeah, Mr. Turner, I would echo a lot of what Stacy said. There was a point made on the prior panel that I sort of referenced as well, that along the way, as this process has been evolving, we, Oncor, have continued to advance transmission projects, some of which, Chairman, were identified back in the 2024 transmission plan. And so our view is that both our South Dallas project, these other ones that are addressing needs that have been identified years ago now, need to move forward, because I don't think there's any circumstance where we're not going to build that transmission. And then, as Stacy said, and I should have prefaced this, I agree with Haynes entirely. I think ERCOT and the Commission have done a fabulous job in taking feedback on these. Most of these are just simply areas that are still open, that we feel pretty strongly about and hope continue to get consideration. But then the question of sort of, as you've heard, is sort of what's considered sort of a base load in here, I think is still really uncertain. We think customers that we felt strong enough about, were advanced enough to continue to advance these transmission projects, really should kind of get a preference for the capacity that's going to come in out of the batch process. And so I will echo there's a time to stop studying and let us get to building, because the history in this state is we will use the transmission after we build it.
Thank you.
Chris Moser, NRG. So we're supportive of the batch process as well. I think, as was pointed out earlier, transitions are difficult and messy, and what you're seeing is we're in the middle of the mess right now. We are encouraged that ERCOT is considering bring your own generation in some of the batch zero processes. There's a lot of different formulations of batch zero, so that's going to take some work. But we think generally allowing load that's co-located with new gen to take service when the gen becomes available helps give data centers what they want, which is speed to power, and helps keep the grid stable and prices lower.
Thank you. Walt, anything you want to add?
I don't have much to add. I echo what everybody has said on the panel. I will say, if you're looking at on the co-location of with an existing generator, there's not, if you go back and read through Senate Bill 6, there's not a lot of hard dates, but as I referenced earlier, that had if you file that, both the who owns the generation and the customer, you should be able to file that and know within 180 days whether that project was going forward or not. And so, that's a date that's in Senate Bill 6. We hope that ERCOT and the PUC are able to stick to those dates, and part of that is the discussion we've been having about having some of these facilities in that first base load.
Well, just one more point. Let me tie something that Pablo had said with something that Stacy just said as well. Pablo sort of made this point that once you come out of the batch with your allocation, we're gonna hold and reserve that capacity for you. We agree that that's an important thing for certainty for these projects. To Stacy's point, if that customer is not ready when we build this transmission and start to put it in rates, we have to match when we start putting these investments in rates, the customers to come with them to pay for them. Otherwise, that's where we get this dislocation where everybody else's rates come up until they come back. I think we've got solutions that we're going to offer the commission to kind of deal with that. But that gets to both the maturity of the project, that you can come when you said you come, because we're going to build the transmission and hold it for you. And we've got to have that paid for by the customers we're building it for.
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
Ms. T.
I know that Ms. Dora had indicated that when you're not in, you turn your facility off? Does it take you more, how much, does it take you more megawatts to turn it back on?
That's a great question. Yeah, what I was referencing is, on the average day, like a nice day like today, our gas plants, many of them, are either running at a very low level or perhaps not on at all because we have so much solar and wind and batteries that get dispatched first. And it's actually very hard on the gas units to cycle that way. They're meant to run full out. They're designed to run as baseload units and just run all the time. But over the years, as the ERCOT grid has built out the renewables, we've had to learn, and our operators, who are the ones working in the plants every day to get this done, they've had to learn how to cycle those plants on and off, because when ERCOT says back down so we can get more solar out, we have to do that. We have to comply with that instruction. And it does use more fuel, kind of startup fuel, to start the gas plant back up after being off. And so really, as a machine, those machines would like to just run all the time. And if we start connecting more data centers to the grid, they will run more because there'll be more demand on the grid. And so we just see that as very low-hanging fruit to serve this data center load. Is let's get all of our plants running as much as they can run. And then on the days of the year where they're running all out and the load is getting tight because it may be really hot or really cold, the good news about these data centers, like our customers, they're bringing 100% backup gen. And they can turn on that backup gen so that the full output of the power plant can go to the grid. And that's why co-location with an existing plant makes so much sense, because no one has to build transmission lines for that. In fact, the customer's building their own self-service line to connect to the plant at their own expense. And they're bringing the backup gen so that the plant can be fully available on the days when it's needed most.
If you had an idle system built in those machines, would that be less battery necessary to bring them back on?
The island system you're asking about? Yeah, I think it's interesting. There's a lot of information out there today in the market about islanded power. My personal opinion is that islanded power operating 24/7 at scale is still a pretty new technology and a pretty new concept. And there are examples where islanded power is actually really hard on the turbines and can kind of run these turbines out. So the conversations we have with customers, they all start with, we really want a grid connection. They don't start with, we want islanded power. They will do islanded power at times because they're just desperate to get power. But that's why I think this is such an opportunity, to Brian's point, to get more customers connected to the grid, even if they're ultimately bringing their new generation in 3 to 5 to 7 years. In the meantime, get them connected to the grid so they can start soaking up some of the costs, the system cost of the grid, instead of those costs falling to residential ratepayers.
Mr. Raymond.
Just back to Brian, you said, I think we have some ideas for the PUC. Do you want to test them here so they'll know we know about them, or?
Yeah, Brian Lloyd again for Encore Electric Delivery. You sort of saw it in the example I used, right? Which is, if we're going to build a gigawatt of capacity for a customer, we believe pretty strongly that that customer should pay less on an actual consumption. If we're going to build it and then reserve it for them, and that's actually what they get out of the idea we have, is they get it reserved for them. That if we're going to build a gigawatt for them and reserve it, they need to be paying for a high percentage of that usage. That's what a lot of other states have done in this area, is they'll create new rate structures that are a minimum charge of a high percentage of their usage on a term contract, which we think is the other piece that kind of goes with this, because as I said, we spread the cost of transmission over a very long period of time. We are not personally worried that the billion and tens of billions of dollars of facilities that you've heard these data center companies talk about have some risk of going away in a couple years. But we think ratepayers should have some certainty that they're there. And then again, as long as you're paying for this capacity that we built for you and contracted with you, you get to reserve it. So if your ramp comes slower because it takes you longer to get chips or whatever, ratepayers are indifferent because you're paying for it. So it's an idea that we will kind of further.
And you
propose.
said other states have done that?
They've done similar things to that, yeah. Other states where the utilities are still building generation, it becomes sort of a bigger issue because for each of these customers, they may need a new power plant too. So you may change the percentage that they pay as opposed to from 75 to 100%.
Well, again,
something like that.
you probably heard, I keep going back to Virginia, like, they're the standard bearer, right? So we ought to be able to get a lot of information there about how we can do it even better.
Yeah, AEP, who is another utility in the state, operates in a bunch of other states
I've heard
and
of 'em.
jurisdictions.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys have heard of them. They've been really helpful kind of in helping us understand how other states, including Virginia and some of
Right.
the other states they
They're
operate
up
in,
there.
have
Yeah, okay.
dealt with this issue.
Okay. Members, further questions of this panel? Seeing none, thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Just three on this one? Okay. Chair calls Kirk Offal, Scott Wright, Mark Whitman.
Greetings.
Good to see you. So, Kirk, we will do the same drill. Each of you give us your name and who you're with, and if you have an opening statement, give it, and we'll just go down the line. We'll start with Kirk.
Scott.
You're Scott?
Yes.
Yeah, but who do I have first? I have,
Oh, on the list?
I have Kirk first.
Yep, that's fine. Yep.
Yep.
So I'm up.
So just
Wonderful.
name who you represent and your opening statement, and we'll move down the line.
Yes, sir. Kirklefell, Overwatch Mission Critical. Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee, thank you for your opportunity to be here today to address Speaker Burrow's directive to study the development of data centers in Texas. As I said, my name is Kirk O'Fell. I'm the founder and CEO of Overwatch Mission Critical. We're a veteran-owned company based here in Austin that delivers end-to-end solutions across the data center lifecycle, design, build, staffing, and sustainment powered by the workforce you can trust. We delivered across nearly every Texas data center market and currently play a direct role in leading some of the largest programs in the state through disciplined execution. Before working in digital infrastructure, I spent 5 years in the U.S. Navy on a nuclear fast attack submarine, and that environment teaches you that quickly that big missions don't succeed because of slogans. They succeed because disciplined teams execute under real consequences. That mindset matters here because data centers are mission-critical infrastructure. When they fail, the consequences are real. As I told members of the Hill in January, I want to start by owning something. As an industry, we didn't communicate early enough or clearly enough when data center development began accelerating. We didn't explain what we were building, why it mattered, or how communities would benefit. In some cases, we relied on trust we hadn't yet earned. That created concern in hometown America, and that concern was justified. And on behalf of the entire industry, we sincerely apologize. We're correcting that by showing up early, communicating clearly, and engaging communities and policymakers before decisions feel final. Trust isn't something you assert, it's something you earn through consistent action. Framing matters. Global competitiveness and national security are the right starting point because when infrastructure is understood as strategic, it's governed seriously, explained clearly, and managed with structure instead of blunt reactions. AI infrastructure isn't just an economic asset, it's national security asset. If we don't build it and scale it here, it doesn't disappear, it moves offshore and the jobs will follow. That's where strategy becomes tangible for Texans. Data centers don't just create jobs. When done right, they anchor long-term employment, support local suppliers and contractors, broaden local tax bases, and strengthen regional economies. They give communities durable growth, not one-time wins. On regulation, the direction of SB 6 is exactly right. Texas doesn't need to slow down. It needs to move smarter. And to be clear, it isn't deregulation, it's disciplined regulation. SB 6 and ERCOT's large load batch study process brings order to growth. They ensure large loads are real, planned, and financially accountable, protect residential rate players, and send a clear message. If you create demand at scale, you help build the infrastructure that supports it. With ERCOT projecting load growth by 2030 that could nearly double today's peak demand, there's no room for guesswork, which is exactly why SB 6 matters. When implemented correctly, data centers don't become a grid risk, they become grid partners through load flexibility, on-site generation, and co-located resources that strengthen reliability. This is mission-critical infrastructure, and Texas is ready to lead, to set the national standard for how next industrial revolutions get built. That leadership comes down to execution, interconnection, load accountability, grid resilience, the large load batch study process, and co-located generation. And when the grid is stressed, the answer isn't outsiders with clipboards. It's Texas companies employing Texans who know the grid, the terrain, and the communities they serve. Texas leads because policy and physical infrastructure are aligned, and that alignment drives grid reliability and accountability. Finally, the greatest existential threat to this industry isn't power or capital, it's skilled labor. Each year, more than 17,000 service members transition out of the military in Texas, along high school graduates ready for technical careers. The opportunity is to align proven pipelines like SkillBridge and the Texas Workforce Commission and the Texas Veterans Commission with real growing demand. Thank you. We look forward to working closely with you, the committee, and its members. And as this conversation continues, I welcome all your questions.
Thank you very much. Scott, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's indeed a privilege to be here today and talk about Vantage Data Centers, how we think about some of the issues.
You should give me your name and
Yes.
who you're with.
The name is Scott Wright, and I am the Vice President of Energy Market and Regulatory Strategy at Vantage Data Centers.
Go ahead.
But good afternoon, as I was saying. So definitely appreciate the opportunity to be here. We're also a proud employer of a lot of veterans, so appreciate those comments and how that rings home. A couple things I want to talk about. We've had a lot of topics covered today. It's been very informative. I'll try to keep it pretty brief. First, who is Vantage? Vantage is a leading developer of data centers, and we operator for hyperscale data centers. We have 2,000 employees, been in business since 2010, and we've supported some of the world's largest technology companies. We have 41 data centers, 26 markets across 5 continents. Major growth emphasis is here in North America. Vantage distinguishes itself by being really a long-term operator of the data centers and a long-term community partner. We take care of our customers, we take care of our communities. I'll talk more about this. With this approach, we advance our mission to be the digital foundation for a thriving world. I'm here today to share some of our experience and developments related to our projects and our critical facilities that help fuel the Texas economy. Our Shackelford County campus represents a $25 billion investment and 5,000 jobs for Texas. The campus will have 10 buildings and will support 1.4 gigawatts of IT load of capacity. We pursue grid-powered hybrid and self-gen solutions. Notably, the Shackelford campus is 100% off the grid. So it's a very large campus with a very different approach than some of the things we've talked about today. We do utilize a variety of approaches, but that's just a notable for this large investment in Texas. Vantage is excited to be investing in Texas and investing in Texans. We have Texans across a lot of key leadership roles in our company at the vice president, director, manager level, and a lot of critical individual contributors and support staff. We have more than 200 permanent full-time employees at the Shackelford campus, and they're earning good salaries, and we continue to hire a lot more, and all of those job postings are on our website. On April 18th, we'll host our first Career Expo in Albany to showcase our jobs and opportunities and those of our partners at the site. Another distinction we have is just trying to be a good neighbor in general with our investments from the very beginning. What does this look like? We're committed to early and open communication with communities to help minimize negative impacts and maximize benefits. We employ leading-edge closed-loop liquid cooling and chiller systems, dramatically reducing water usage, which has been discussed today here significantly. We also are pursuing LED LEED certification for our buildings, and we landscape with native plants to help preserve the natural character of the sites where we develop. Examples of strength in community include our Career Expo I announced, also $100,000 of scholarships through the Community Foundation of Abilene in connection with Vantage Education Fund. We've supported previous events, Rodeo for a Cause. Our employees donate significantly to charities and worthy organizations locally. We volunteer, and we've done this at a lot of our sites, and these are key emblems of the Shackelford investment. I want to turn to energy. That's something that's critical here. Texas is the energy capital of the U.S. We're thrilled to be part of another amazing growth chapter. The Texas energy landscape has enabled us to innovate and on technology and commercially, helping us achieve leapfrog speed to market advantage. That's been a Texas key ingredient that's been very attractive for us and our clients. The grid connections also have many benefits, not just self-generating and doing things that way, but we do see a lot of benefits to the grid, and so we're very plugged into the reforms that are happening in Texas, and I'll make a few comments along those lines. So we have many things that have been described today, most notably the interconnection reforms. We do want to support those in any way we can. We want to reduce the large number of speculative requests in those queues, but here the details matter, and sometimes the details may even entangle. If you try to follow some of these reforms, it's very detailed, it's very involved, and we're moving fast, and it can be a struggle to keep up with it all and sort of figure out, so what's my next move? Or how should I think about investing in the future? We applaud the effort with Texas trying to make these reforms. There's benefits of the batch study process, improve certainty. That's so key to our ingredient for investment is to have regulatory certainty and understand market certainty. There's a lot of difficulty that was noted earlier about some of the deposits and understanding the refundability and the conditions of which that will be considered. I was heartened to hear there's also a lot of consideration that those things may be adjusted or changed from recent proposals. So that's a good direction to us. We'd love to be part of those conversations. We also focused on transmission cost allocation. We want to pay for the upgrades that we cause. One of our definite guiding principles of our brand, and we are all supportive, and we're very involved in procedures around the United States to help modernize rate filing constructs or rate cost of allocation constructs. So we're very supportive for that here in Texas. We do have a concern that some of the reforms on interconnection may bleed over, and you have similar things you're trying to do in transmission cost allocation where you're kind of maybe doubling down or tripling down on something we're trying to solve or make better. So we just encourage folks to look at the whole picture, the collection of reforms, and say, what are we doing here? Are we making things perhaps overly punitive or overly difficult for investors with a long-term investment horizon and who are long-term players? We appreciate the legislature's thoughtful efforts today to better understand these issues and these views. Look forward and would welcome an opportunity to speak again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mark? Go ahead.
Thank you. Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Mark Whitman, and I'm the Vice President of Strategic Initiatives at Crusoe, a company built on a simple but powerful idea that energy and computing infrastructure go hand in hand. Many of you are familiar with Crusoe as the owner, operator, and developer of the first project of Project Stargate in Abilene, Texas. Artificial intelligence has changed everything about how the world thinks about energy and infrastructure. AI workloads require computing power at enormous scale, and the nation that leads in AI infrastructure will hold a decisive strategic advantage for decades to come. Let me be direct. This is a national security issue as much as it is an energy issue. It matters where this infrastructure is built, who builds it, and under what standards. AI is foundational to military readiness, intelligence capability, and economic resilience. And China is making massive coordinated investments in AI computing capacity right now. The United States cannot afford to fall behind. Texas cannot afford to fall behind. The decisions made in this chamber about energy, about permitting, about how we welcome or hinder infrastructure investment will directly shape whether America wins or loses the AI race. Crusoe is proud to be a part of that answer. Crusoe's energy-first approach to data centers is to match computing workloads with places where energy is abundant. We bring computing to energy, not the other way around. That makes us more efficient, and it makes American AI infrastructure more competitive on the world stage. That same philosophy brought us to Texas, and Texas has a great deal to offer. This state is blessed with extraordinary natural resources, vast supplies of natural gas, and the powerful winds of West Texas. These are not abstract assets. They are real, they are available, and they are ready to power the next generation of American computing infrastructure. The most visible example of our work in Texas is this Stargate facility in Abilene. We did not move into an existing building and plug in servers. We built the data center and the power plant together from the ground up in 18 months. That timeline is, by any honest measure, remarkable for a project of this scale and complexity. It required planning, execution, and significant capital commitment. We made those commitments because we believe Texas is exactly the right place to build. The community of Abilene has been extraordinary. They welcomed us with open arms, and when our project is complete, it will generate tax revenue equivalent to 32% of the city's budget and 25% of the county's budget. That is real and lasting economic contribution, not a promise, but a plan already well underway. We've talked about it quite a bit today, but I want to re-emphasize it from Crusoe's perspective, and that's the topic of water. West Texas is no stranger to drought and water scarcity. The communities here have worked for generations to steward a resource that is precious and finite. We take that seriously. Crusoe uses a closed-loop, non-evaporative cooling system that we've discussed today, meaning we do not consume and discharge large volumes of water to keep our facilities cool the way traditional data center cooling designs did in the past. The water in our system circulates and is reused rather than evaporated into the atmosphere. In a water-constrained region like West Texas, this is not a minor technical footnote. It is a fundamental design choice that reflects our commitment to being a responsible, long-term neighbor. We believe you can build world-class AI infrastructure without depleting the aquifers that farmers, ranchers, and families depend on. That is the standard we hold ourselves to. I also want to address something this committee cares about directly: grid stability. We hear concerns that large data centers strain the grid. I understand that concern. We are not a passive consumer of grid electricity. We are an active participant in energy infrastructure. We also have the ability to curtail our loads rapidly, which means in moments of peak grid stress, we can step back in ways that most industrial consumers cannot. Done right, a data center like ours is not a burden on the grid. It is a stabilizing force. As ERCOT and the PUC have navigated the large load rulemaking process, Crusoe continues to broadly support the initiative by partnering proactively with ERCOT on solutions, and will continue to do so. We understand the need for a strong and consistent process, and we are committed to being a good partner to the grid. However, regulatory certainty is a crucial goal that I know we are all working towards. Today, Crusoe's pipeline encapsulates roughly 3 gigawatts of large load that completed the current ERCOT interconnection study process. These projects have passed technical review and are actively working through final steps, posting financial security, and are on track to energization by 2028. These are projects with real capital invested and energization dates in 2027, 2028, and stand to lose their queue position based on an evolving regulatory process. Our ask today is that any load project satisfying the current ERCOT large load interconnection rules should be recognized as firm-based load in batch 0. We continue to work together to provide the industry regulatory certainty and maintain not only Texas's competitiveness in the AI race, but also work together to build a strong and reliable grid for the future. Part of what makes Texas such a great place to do business is that this legislature has put in place a reasonable and predictable regulatory environment. The committee has asked important questions about energy, infrastructure, and America's competitive position in artificial intelligence. Crusoe's story offers a meaningful part of that answer. Start with efficiency, match your resources to your location, invest in your own power generation, move fast, and build in a way that strengthens rather than stresses the communities and the grid you depend on. The AI race is not waiting. China is not waiting. Texas has the resources, the resolve, and the regulatory framework to be the beating heart of American AI infrastructure. We're proud to be building that future here. Thank you very much, and we welcome your questions.
Ms. T.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me ask you a question. When developers and operators need large loads, who should bear that cost? Should it be the ratepayers, or should it be the developers and operators? I
can begin. This is Mark Whitman from Crusoe. We believe that the developers should bear the cost of the energy that we consume. And we believe strongly in the principles of the ratepayer pledge that has been brought forward and discussed earlier today.
Thank you.
Mr. Raymond?
Thank you, Chairman. Kirk, you know, in your testimony, one of the things you said was, as an industry, we didn't communicate early enough or clearly enough. So you heard me earlier talking about that and how I felt like, you know, not enough was being done to get out there and get the message and so forth. You're based here in Austin, right?
Yes, sir.
So I would encourage you. I think you would do a good job. Maybe since you're here in Austin, try to do some meetings with other legislators, House, Senate, you know, when you can, and maybe some of the key folks, some of your folks can help you figure out who. But I think you should go do some one-on-ones just to educate members more. I think you should reach out to news organizations, offer to do interviews and talk about it, and, you know, I just think it would be good. And then when you do the radio part, we'll get Mark in there because he's got the voice. So let him do the radio interviews, but you look better, so you do the TV stuff, you know. That's just a suggestion. Sorry, Mark, you know.
That's a great suggestion.
You look like, you know, you're the owner, so you can, whatever. But I'm serious, you know, seriously, you should take advantage of that. The press here is in Austin, you know, it gets moved around the state. So you should spend some time on that. You referenced it in your opening. You recognize that more work needs to be done to educate folks out there.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the suggestion. And I also would like to welcome every member of this committee to participate on a podcast that is hosted, that I have the opportunity and the privilege of hosting, called Data Center Revolution. And that podcast is the #1 podcast in the world right now, focused only on data centers.
I accept.
You're the first one. Can you speak into the mic when you say that, please? I would love to have all of you. And everyone that was on this committee panel testifying before you, I've already jumped up as they were exiting and asked them. And I challenge them and anybody else that's listening to come and share their voice and share their message of concerns, because the concerns that I've heard here today are valid. These are valid concerns that we need to address, and they're not going to be done in a 30-second soundbite on the media. Mm-hmm. The beauty about a long version podcast is we could do what we're doing here today, and we could take the time to unpackage and deconstruct highly complicated things. I believe this industry will soon have an impact on humanity like we haven't seen since powered flight. And the existential crisis, or the existential threat that we're talking about today, is power and water. But the real existential crisis is the labor force that's following.
Well, and I have to tell you, and Mark mentioned it too when you talked about China. You know, we get to a point, I think, where people will throw that out. Oh, we got to worry about China. Well, I believe that. You know, I've been here a long time. I try to study stuff, and so when we've had in this committee and other committees I've been on, sometimes I've got to disprove some of my, colleagues that I feel haven't looked at the issues closely enough. But there are real world threats out there, man, and AI and the data centers and the work that you're doing and competing with China. I mentioned quantum earlier. China's doing a lot more than we are in quantum, for example. And so I agree with you that we've got to do more about educating folks, letting them understand what the real world is like and what's going on out there, and that when we talk about a country like China, it's not just rhetoric, it's real. I mean, those guys are every day working on trying to figure out how to just end this country, dominate us, right? So I agree with you. Do more of it and engage more of the folks up here. I think that would be good, and also just the general public.
Understood, and I appreciate your input, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I greatly appreciate, Kirk, the educational piece. I think it's very important, the podcast. I would warn you, allowing Mr. Raymond onto the podcast.
Put us on there together, man. Put us on there together.
You put the two of us on together, we have a very long-form deal. Anyway, regardless, I appreciate that. Mark, you mentioned something about the race with China, and I gave a presentation earlier today. I had to leave to go sit on a panel to talk about data centers, and I talked about the 7 R's of data centers, talking about the positive impacts and about how we need to do it responsibly with guardrails. but race was one of mine, because it's a race with China for this. It's a national security race, and Texas needs to be a player in this. We need to do it responsibly and be a player, so I appreciate your acknowledgement of that. Are there any other things that Crusoe is doing in an innovative manner related to power and water that you think that would be valuable for this committee to know about?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative, for the question. Crusoe is very proud of our energy first approach to data centers. That's in our DNA. We were founded by capturing flared methane gas to power high-performance computing out in oil fields. So that's something that's a part of what we've done all along the way. We're constantly searching for new technologies to move faster, to move more efficiently, to make use of every electron that comes through the grid and comes through the behind-the-meter power generation that we're using. Among those things, we're looking at solutions across the board. On the generation side, we're looking at organic Rankine cycle technology that can enhance the aeroderivative turbines that we're using. We're looking at ways to repurpose and refurbish aeroderivative turbines that can be reused, because you've heard about the turbine crunch that's out there. There's even a company called Boom Supersonic that's working on a supersonic jet engine that we've worked with them to repurpose to help with the power generation crunch. And these supersonic engines are much more efficient because they derate at higher temperatures. And so they're extremely useful. Chairman King, you mentioned before about what are we going to do with all the batteries. There's a project that we're doing with Redwood Materials that recycles batteries of all kinds. And so they've built a novel technology that we're working on them with to stitch together these second life batteries as a way to power alongside gas or renewables to power these data centers. So there's a lot of things that we're on the frontier on. SMRs, we're looking into nuclear very closely. There's a lot of things that we're working across the board on so that we can stay ahead today, which is where I think a lot of the behind the meter generation, bring your own generation that we're very invested in, where that plays out. And then we're trying to make sure that Crusoe and America stay ahead for years and decades to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, other questions of this panel? I see none. Thank you all for being here. All right.
Very nice to meet you.
Okay. Chair calls Marshall Coover, Will McAdams, Liz Schwab. Okay. Okay. Liz, let's start with you. If you just state your name and who you're with for the record and begin with your opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the State Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Liz Schwab. I lead market development and policy for Google Data Centers, and I'm joined by my colleague here today, Chris Matos, who leads market development and regulatory work for us in Texas. We appreciate the opportunity to join you today to discuss how data centers can drive American innovation while investing in local communities and responsibly managing our water and energy resources. Texas is a critical hub for America's digital economy, and Google is proud to have had a presence in the state for over 15 years. In 2024 alone, Google tools helped provide over $50 billion in economic activity for hundreds of thousands of Texas businesses, nonprofits, and publishers. These are the tools and services that Texans rely on every day, such as Google Workspace, YouTube, Maps, Cloud, and Gemini. All of these services, of course, rely on data centers. We are committed to responsibly growing our infrastructure in the Lone Star State to meet this demand. Just last year, our CEO, Sundar Pichai, joined Governor Abbott to announce plans for a $40 billion investment over the next 2 years in this infrastructure. This investment will support new hyper-efficient facilities that house the compute technology which powers the internet, enabling essential functions like banks and hospitals securely processing records, Google Maps helping avoid traffic jams, and cloud services storing priceless family photos. Increasingly, these technologies are also essential in ensuring that the U.S. remains a world leader in new and advanced technologies like AI. At Google, we believe that this growth should strengthen the shared systems that we rely on. We are committed to responsibly growing our infrastructure by bringing new energy resources onto the grid, paying for costs associated with our operations, and supporting community energy efficiency initiatives. To date, we have contracted to add more than 7.8 gigawatts of new energy generation and transmission capacity to ERCOT in advance of our energy needs. The upgrades to this energy generation and transmission that are associated with our data centers, which Google pays for, benefit all customers of these shared systems. We have also been a committed partner during weather-related emergencies through demand response, voluntarily curtailing our operations, reducing our electricity needs to support the ERCOT grid during weather emergencies. We have also launched a new $30 million Energy Impact Fund to support pre-weatherization and resiliency hubs. This fund significantly expands programs such as our successful partnership with the Texas Energy Poverty Research Institute, which provided $1 million to develop resiliency hubs that have already supported over 500 families with backup power during extreme weather. Google is equally committed to responsible water stewardship in the communities where we invest. By taking a holistic approach to water resources and infrastructure, we ensure our data centers not only leave watersheds more resilient, but that water infrastructure investments benefit the broader system. Early in the development process, we use a science-based framework to assess and protect the health of local watershed or local water sources for each of our data centers. Water cooling is only considered if local water sources are healthy and resilient. In locations facing threats of scarcity or depletion, we look for alternatives like air cooling or using reclaimed water. We also invest in local projects that replenish more water than we consume, such as a recent $2.6 million contribution to the Texas Water Trade that will enhance up to 1,000 acres of wetlands and deliver approximately 300 million gallons of fresh water to Southeast Texas. Finally, we know it's critical to meaningfully engage in the communities where we operate. In addition to being responsible stewards of resources, we're an active member in every community we join. Being a good neighbor means investing in the things that matter most: local jobs, education, community centers, and nonprofits. Through our Grow with Google program, we're proud to have funded local organizations to train more than 1 million Texans in digital skills. We have also supported the Electrical Training Alliance to boost the training of electricians and apprentices in the state, more than doubling the projected workforce by 2030. These are just a few of the examples of Google's deep commitment to developing and operating data centers in a manner that respects both our natural resources and the communities we call home. Thank you again for the opportunity to engage with the committee, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Marshall, we'll go to you.
Chair, Vice Chair, members, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Marshall Coover, and I'm here on behalf of the Texas Energy Buyers Alliance, or TEBA. TEBA represents a broad coalition of energy consumers, from large-scale traditional manufacturers and heavy industry, to retailers and hyperscalers, to small Main Street businesses. These energy buyers all have distinct interests and energy use profiles, but one thing unites them all: dependence on abundant, low-cost, reliable electricity for their businesses to grow and thrive. We believe that the unprecedented growth and demand for electricity is fundamentally a good thing for this state, and we support policies that maximize the attractiveness of Texas to industrial growth. I'll focus my comments on the implementation of the batch study process under Senate Bill 6, and specifically how the initial grouping of projects is defined. We support the direction the legislature took with SB 6. Bringing more structure and discipline to large load interconnection is a necessary step, given the scale of growth Texas is experiencing. One of the central themes of SB 6 is identifying real loads and ensuring that we are planning and building our grid only to serve those projects that have the highest probability of coming online. In our view, the most important opportunity in front of the Commission is to better align the batch study process with the work that has already been done through regional planning groups, or RPGs. RPG plans are ERCOT's forward-looking blueprint for where transmission will be built to meet expected demand. They reflect load growth that utilities have identified and, in many cases, are already planning infrastructure to serve. That is one of the clearest signals available that a project is real and that the system is preparing for it. Today, the proposed criteria for inclusion in the initial batch rely heavily on traditional indicators of project readiness. Those are useful, but they are not the only way to distinguish between projects. If a project is already embedded in RPG planning, that reflects a level of system-level validation that should carry weight in how the initial batch is constructed. Without that alignment, we risk creating a disconnect between two parts of the system that are intended to work together: transmission planning on one hand and load interconnection on the other. In practical terms, that could mean infrastructure is moving forward based on expected load, while the projects associated with that load are delayed by process. That is not an efficient outcome and is not consistent with how Texas has historically approached growth. More broadly, the goal of SB 6 implementation should be to introduce discipline without introducing unnecessary delay. Large customers understand that they have a responsibility to demonstrate seriousness and to bear appropriate costs associated with interconnection. At the same time, we recognize that the profile of these new large loads is different and that it is appropriate for policy to evolve alongside that reality. That is why we have also proposed the concept of a minimum required transmission payment for new large loads, an approach that represents a shift in practice, but one that helps ensure the transmission system is being paid for by those who are using it. What customers need in return is a process that is predictable, aligned with existing planning, and capable of moving at the pace of real investment. Texas has built a reputation as a place where infrastructure and investment can move in step. As we implement SB 6, the objective should be to preserve that alignment while improving how we plan. Recognizing RPG-aligned projects as a valid pathway for inclusion in the initial batch is a practical way to do that. It builds on work that has already been done, reflects real planning commitments, and helps ensure the system remains coordinated rather than fragmented. The growth we are seeing is an opportunity. The question is whether our processes will allow us to capture it efficiently and responsibly. We believe the batch study process overall can do that if it is implemented in a way that keeps planning and execution aligned. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. Hang on one second, Will.
Yes, sir.
We're going to read them later. You can read them in there. Okay. All right, Will, we're going to go ahead and let you read yourself in the record, but you're not allowed to talk till last. That's what I was told.
Right. Okay. I think I know what you mean. So,
Don't mess with Megan.
Go ahead.
all right, I'll kick off. On behalf of the bottom of the order of the lineup, thank you for allowing me to appear today. My name is Will McAdams. I am president and founder of McAdams Energy Group. This is a full-service consulting firm focused on regulatory engagement and technical support to achieve grid service for energy users and suppliers in the ERCOT system. So just a brief disclaimer. As you know, I represent companies before the legislature and am a registered lobbyist, but the point of my testimony today is we have a growing segment of clients who do not ask us to engage on policy matters. They simply ask us to help them navigate the regulatory and interconnection processes, which are now in flight at ERCOT, the PUC, but had traditionally been in the purview and remit of their local utilities, where they were seeking electrical service. And after listening, and so my views do not represent the views of my clients today, but they are real-world experience of what we're seeing in the trenches in terms of trying to achieve grid service, especially over the next 5 years. What can you plan for? After listening to today's testimony, I want to capture really the tough spot that the Public Utility Commission and ERCOT are in right now. The situation is that the state's existing 345 kilovolt network, so the big highway of transmission systems across the state, is maxed out in terms of its capacity to deliver. Demand has outstripped that delivery capacity. And so really what ERCOT is attempting to do with the guidance of the PUC through Batch Zero is they're attempting to address an oversubscribed system by rationing limited interconnections that they'll dole out over this next half decade. And so that's what we're talking about today with Batch Zero. ERCOT is now operating in an environment where loads of all types, not just data centers. I work with factories, oil and gas, data centers certainly. They are all larger, seeking grid service now than they traditionally had been. And as a result, ERCOT is concerned, rightly so, about the stability of the system in an environment when the incoming demand is just larger and harder to manage and harder to anticipate how allowing them to interconnect will continue to allow them to maintain stability. So to understand what they have proposed, we need to talk about where we've come from. And we've talked a lot about RPG. Prior to 2022, there was no uniform system for integrating loads. If you wanted to seek service, you went through your interconnecting utility, and they controlled that process. And Pablo even referred to it. So when I was on the Public Utility Commission, I asked point blank, really dug into the process of interconnection, and it was explained to me, basically you're looking at anywhere from 12 to 15 months of interconnection study activity at your utility level. And then the final 3 months of the process was through ERCOT, where they looked at the local area, they could tell that balance was going to be achieved, system stability was going to be achieved, and then they'd let you go. They'd approve the interconnection. So fast forward from past history to 2022, we started seeing more tech-based loads come onto the system. That was cryptocurrency miners. You remember that phase. They were so large and they could react so dynamically to the system, ERCOT had to create a new process to evaluate them. And that was the Large Load Interconnection Study System, LLIS. And you hear a lot about that in the context of Batch Zero. And that began the slow march toward ERCOT assuming more of the system management control in terms of onboarding loads to the system. So fast forward still further, 2024, the Permian Basin Reliability Plan. Oil and gas is laying in wait for years because we haven't committed to building transmission yet. All of those loads were seeking interconnection through their local utilities. That was building up to ERCOT through their RPGs, Regional Planning Group processes. All right, so that was establishing the need case that the commission ultimately reviewed and approved these massive 765 kV transmission lines based upon. And those loads are still sitting out there, waiting for approval. They're waiting for the 765s to be built, but they're also waiting for the sub-network to be constructed. That's all the 345 kVs, 138 kVs, 69 kVs, so on and so forth. So what you got to realize is ultimately things began to fall apart. I noticed it in my world in July of last year. Right after session, notices went out from the TDSPs to their loads that were seeking interconnection that they were now a part of a cluster study process where they were not going to be evaluated just on their own basis, but they were going to be compared to a load down the road in the same area to see how they interacted to make sure stability could be maintained. At that point, essentially most interconnection approvals ceased. And we really didn't know more information until 5 months later. ERCOT officially unveils a new process, which eventually morphed into Batch Zero. And Batch Zero essentially took authority in terms of interconnection process away from the wires companies, the interconnecting utilities, housed it at ERCOT, and it basically said, we're going to review every load on a system-wide basis. And when we study you, we're going to see how it affects the entire ERCOT system as a whole, not just the Abilene area, not just DFW. So here's where it goes. This led to a fragmentation that has created a split landscape. So you're pursuing two tracks now. You're still working with your interconnecting utility to justify the transmission that you need to serve your load. But at the same time, ERCOT's reviewing you to see if they'll just approve you, period. As a part of the interconnecting utility, the RPG, you are putting up tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars almost immediately based on a schedule of securing long lead time equipment, securing the equipment that is going to be necessary to energize your load. So when everybody talks about are they paying their way, they have already started. And this is what I'm trying to stress. All those loads who have been laying in wait out in the Permian Basin for 4 years, they've put forward money to get energized. And so when we start to talk about batch zero and who gets into base, people have already committed. The question is, are they going to be served? And to what degree? And so, as I said, it fragmented the system. Currently, there is no clear standardized approach for how these in-flight projects will be treated in the batch process, and that's what you're hearing a lot about today, which increasingly appears focused on narrowing the set of qualifying loads because they've got to get the number down because they're issuing golden tickets over the next 5 years. So I won't cover the key steps of batch zero. You know the security disconnect. You know how much money they're asking for. You know the issue of whether it's refundable or not. But where are the gaps? Again, there's no clear path to power. Developers don't know when they'll get service, to what degree they'll get service. They can't plan. Even if they are a part of the batch process, they may only get a portion of the requested load, which is incompatible with a lot of industrial processes, include data centers. They need to know. So the planning and interconnection processes don't align. Transmission is planned separately from load requests. RPG, as contemplated in the batch process, what you see on the chart, is accounted for much later in the process, month 12 of a 15-month process. The likelihood, potential for restudy is still there, which is the whole point. They wanted to study everybody together so that they get the world in a nutshell and they can approve them. But where do we go from there? Where's the solutions? And so we've been holding small group meetings offline with key stakeholders. We're all together. My interests are that of ERCOT. We cannot slow the process down. It's already going to be 15 months as a part of the proposed process to get line of sight on when you'll get served. So the point of our stakeholder meetings, and you see the reports from that in your file, from the University of Texas, they helped us organize it, is we can't allow batch zero to slow down anymore. So we've got to fill in the gaps. So what are those? I just highlighted a few. But what are the solutions that we can bring to maintain this cycle? One, refocus the batch process. ERCOT should clearly define the purpose of the batch process to identify and advance the transmission infrastructure needed to support the load. As the transmission infrastructure comes online, approve the load, get it in the system. Create a direct path to transmission plans. The batch process is a layering in of redundancy. They study loads, they refine the study, then determining transmission plans. It exacerbates a problem of paralysis by analysis. It's a problem. Advance already vetted projects. Transmission plans have already been vetted. They put up money. They've secured equipment. Equipment is being installed. It's being built. The load should be there when the thing comes online to be served and help pay down the rates for everybody else. Provide a clear path for subsequent projects. Establish a defined and transparent pathway to energization for the day after batch zero. What does batch one look like? The primary anxiety for all of my clients is, okay, we're not in batch zero. When are we going to get served? How do they fit into batch 1, 2, 3, and so on? And we don't have line of sight on that. And then the solutions that are clear to you enable flexible generation or flexible interconnection pathways, which involves generation. It allows the loads to connect earlier in these out years if they have their own generation, if they can be self-limiting, BYOG. But none of this is fleshed out yet. They're moving very fast, but they're moving very fast to not slow down. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, questions? Richard? Mr. Redmond?
Thanks, Chairman. Chairman, how many counties do you represent?
19.
19. I could ask Commissioner McAdams first, and then Ms. Google. Coming to you. When you were at the PUC and when you left the PUC, do you feel like there was enough staff to deal with these kinds of issues that we're seeing now? That it seems to me that when we talk about reviews taking 15 months, that's a function of, at least part, not having enough staff, not having enough people working on these projects because, we have Kirk over here served in the military and nuclear sub. I promise you, when they need to do something, it didn't take 15 months, okay? And so, even though we're not in session, I think of it this way, Chairman, if the PUC needs to hire some more people to move things along more quickly, the LBB has enough authority to meet now and to shift over some money to get that done. So what was your experience when you left, when you were there and when you left?
Yeah, well, the commission is always having layered on more work. Really, right now, in terms of batch zero, it's the technical engineers at ERCOT that we need badly.
Well, whether it's ERCOT or PUC.
And I'll tell you this, everyone is at such a loss. ERCOT they are highly desirable employees for everybody in the system. And so it's a problem of retaining those employees. It's a problem of expanding their capacity.
Well, what I'm asking you is, do they need more people? And if they need more people, I just think it's something that we ought to let the LBB know, hey, guys, this is important.
I'll be honest, I think they need more people.
Then I think it's something, Mr. Chairman, that we really should relay, and maybe somebody's listening. LBB, I know the staff, they ought to be listening, but the members on LBB, that to talk to ERCOT and to talk to PUC and say, hey, how many FTEs do you need? What do you need? Let's accelerate this and not wait till, goodness gracious, next February or March with a supplementary appropriations bill.
Yes, sir.
Right? So,
But we can certainly recall ERCOT, and you can ask that question.
well, the answer is going to be, if you want more done, they need more people.
And just so you know, so
Done more
ERCOT
quickly.
can flex. I do want to recognize they're naturally constrained because the market is so tight for these specialists. The data center community needs them bad. So ERCOT's really competing with the market that they're trying to serve with, if that makes sense.
Well, if they have the money already and they can hire them, they're just not able to, that's one thing.
Yes,
If they don't have enough money to hire the extra people they need, at least for the period of time, to try to accelerate these processes, that's a separate issue, right? So whatever it is, Chairman, you're right, we need to ask.
Well, we'll get there. We'll get there.
All right, let me ask Ms. Google over here. I'm sorry, Lynn or Ms. Schwab.
This Google works.
Yes, well, you're not going to be smiling in a minute. No, well, the reason I was asking the chairman how many counties he represents 19 rural counties. And who doesn't love Google, right? But, you know, I come from an area where I have a lot of ranches, you know, people who own ranches, and so you know what I'm, so Will knows, the commissioner knows. Since I have you here, I want you to follow up with me because I have a constituent issue that I promise you many people in the chairman's district probably have run into, where they don't have access, you know, to the internet. They can't get online, and you guys are asking, you know, when they need to make a change, let's say it's a ranch where they operate, or people need to know how to get out there, or they, you know, lease or what have you, and they need to make some changes. We've been working on this for a while, trying to help them. They can't get it fixed because your guys say, well, you got to stand out there and you got to do it online. I go, well, broadband hasn't made it out here yet. So there are going to be some moments where I would suggest they're talking to you on the phone, or you get them to send you something. I'm already working on a bill. I don't want to work on a bill that says, hey, if they're not, broadband's not out there, they can't get online, they can send you a certified something that's notarized saying, I'm signing on here with a notary that this is accurate information. Because I think I understand where Google's coming from, that you don't want people to be able to get in there and put whatever they want on somebody's property or changes or whatever. I get that. But you have these moments where Texas is so big. I mean, I grew up in a town of 1,900 people. My parents grew up out in the country. So I know what that's like. My first 6 years, I had 7 rural counties. And so we're running into that. So I need your help to help me with this one. The chairman, he'll come later when they start knocking on his door in his district. But if you could follow up with me, please, and Will, if you'd give her my cell phone or whatever.
Yes, sir, we'll handle it.
All right, thank you.
Happy to follow up, sir.
So,
Thanks.
other questions? I got a couple. Ms. Schwab, my question is, we talked a lot about these data centers coming into communities and working with the local communities and all of these things. And my latest constituent problem, which concerns Google, is the data center is one thing. It's getting built. But evidently, they've moved to, I don't know who owns it, but it's for this project. There's this huge man camp going in the adjacent county that nobody apparently has talked to the local officials and those kind of things. And I think really the concern is, so you may have 5,000, 7,000 workers on and off until it's up and running. What happens to those camps when you're done? Because there's no, I mean, where this one's being built, you know, there's no water lines. I'm sure the electricity will get strained. It's co-op land, you know, and there's no sewage system. There's nothing. Well, the adjacent landowners are all calling me saying, hey, this is going in and nobody knows who's doing what and when they're leaving and are they going to clean up their mess? And I can tell you other industries over time, what people are envisioning is a large trailer park that they get to have as a neighbor that's abandoned in about 5 years. I would just like to know what the plan is on those things.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I know this is a challenge as we move as an industry to build in more rural parts of the country and of the state. I don't know the specifics of this particular man camp, but I can say we're committed to making sure we get this right. The community engagement doesn't stop at the fence line, right? If our project is impacting local communities because of the construction workforce or housing shortages or anything else for that matter, we feel responsible for it. So I'm happy to follow up with you on that.
That would be great. Members, other questions? Well, I guess, and you did say it, I think, but with RPG and then you got people that are already going through RPG or maybe almost through it. And I believe when I asked the question to ERCOT earlier, they said if you're through RPG, you just go in as base load and batch. Is that correct? So you're not having to go back through the batch part of the study part of the batch.
Right now, sir, it's unclear to the community because it depends on which RPG you're in. It's all about dates in terms of batch zero, in terms of qualification, and you've heard complaints about that, some kind of retroactive dates where you thought you didn't know you had to comply and have certain paperwork in. So it is unknown in terms of the interplay how RPG helps establish the base case of batch zero.
And if I understood right, for batch zero, these rules are going to be completed by June. Is that what they're telling you?
June 1, yes, sir.
Okay. But, and I do believe Chairman Gleason and Chairman Vegas said that they're simultaneously working on batch 1. Is that correct?
That's correct. But staff is trying to work on some complicated stuff. So again, we haven't heard anything about batch 1 yet, about how it's going to functionally, how batch 0 will waterfall into batch 1, and we'll see that natural, seamless transition.
Okay. Have you been told an expectation of when you would see batch 1?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Nothing at all. So we're going to be June getting 0. So by the end of the summer, do you expect, or do you think it's longer?
I hope it is not longer. I would suggest, I think if we could have some type of straw man, some type of framework on batch 1. So say batch 0 is a very finite pool, and that's what we're going to get the sense of, right? It would help to know if some of those 2024 RTP loads or the RPG loads, that batch 1 actually is not going to be like 2031. It may be sooner depending on certain capabilities that you allow to be accounted for in your system to expand those allowances for load. These are all unknowns, sir, that are out there.
Okay. And do you have any specific recommendations on how to streamline this or move it?
I think the transmission plan is the key. Yeah. It allows you not to recreate the wheel. You're seamlessly just using something that we've already been using for forever and folding that right in, because that sequence of the RPGs, that's going to be different lines all over the state, right? And they're going to have different in-service dates all over the state. The allowance for interconnection would follow the in-service date of the transmission project. So you could just build batch 0 and batch 1, batch 2 based on the RPG from the front end. And that's where, when I show you the chart, when it's all the way back at the end, that's where I start to get worried, is the sequence of how RPG is accounted for.
Okay. Members, other questions for this panel? I don't see any. Will, would you stay there? I want to recall, we're calling?
I know him.
We're going to get Urquhart back up here. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Chair calls Oscar Garza. Oscar, just for the record, state your name and who you represent.
Oscar Garza, Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT.
There were some questions about FTEs and if more people would be helpful. Got an answer?
I do. Early first part of this year, we reorganized the organization to create the interconnections department. Previously, there was certain studies or certain reviews that were done in the system planning and weatherization group, and there were certain planning studies, to particularly the dynamics, that were done in the operations group, the kind of control room organization. And so since there was a lot of, as we've received this tidal wave of applications and having two separate organizations having to have a part in these studies, we have reorganized the group to have a single interconnections group that's led by Jeff Billow, who is currently leading workshop number 7 on the batch process, which is happening concurrently with this hearing right now. And so when it comes to the FTEs and the organization of ERCOT, our budget is set by the Public Utility Commission. And so every 2 years, much like the legislature does before when you're in process, we develop a budget that goes through our board of directors process. The board of directors then approves that, but it's not a true approval, because all that does is it sets a recommendation to the Public Utility Commission. The Public Utility Commission then approves ERCOT's budget with any other conditions that they may want to put on it. And so that sets what is called the system administration fee, which is our funding source. And so our budget is fully approved by the Public Utility Commission, and if we need to make changes in between, we can do so. We are not a part of the state budget. We do not receive any state appropriations. Our funding source is the system administration fee with oversight from the Public Utility Commission. So the answer to your question is, do we have the flexibility to do the things that we need to do? Yes. The challenge that we face at the moment is that if you look at the slides that we provided earlier today, the onslaught of applications that have come and the nature by which the current process that we have to undertake was just not built for that sense of scale. When the interconnection process was first started, there was kind of an expectation from the market, from the community, that there would be 40 or 50 large loads in the state of Texas. Just this past quarter, we had 198 applications in one quarter. And so that gives a sense of the scale that we're dealing with. So yeah, happy to answer any other questions.
Mr. Raymond.
Well, it seemed to me that it's time for you guys to go back to the PUC.
Yeah, we continue to have those discussions, and in fact, the PUC is part of our most recent budget that was approved earlier, I guess say within the last 6 months. December, yeah. Had a provision in there for us to do check-ins and basically metrics. Improving the large load interconnection process was one of those metrics that the PUC is.
Well, I mean, it sounds to me like you weren't expecting what you got.
No, that's a result of what we've received over the last year and a half. The wave of large load interconnections that we've received started largely in the first or second quarter of 2024. That's when you start to see the uptick. So we've been getting into this environment, but I guess the nature by which the serial process of interconnection studies and reviews that we've had to go through has necessitated the need to move into this batch process. And, as Will said earlier, there are some risks of some loads not getting their full allocations or requests. That exists today. So that's not necessarily a function of being or moving to a batch process. That's largely a function of the location of where that load is going to locate and the transmission capacity for that area where that load is going to locate.
Okay, well, my point is, at least I want to say, and I won't speak for everybody else, but that you guys get put into these positions to lead, and so we need you to lead.
Yes, sir.
And if, I know that around this time of the year, the IRS has a bunch of temporary employees that they hire. I'm not saying you got to hire temporary employees, but, when demand grows and the longer you take at doing something, the more it's going to cost.
Yeah, we
Right.
have the ability to have contractors, obviously, as well. And additionally, I think sometimes there's a lot of, I don't want to say misrepresentation, but just a misunderstanding in some cases of who's holding the ball at a certain point in time. A lot of times there'll be cases where some customer doesn't or is trying to figure out or has frustrations about where their project is in the current process. And they'll have an assumption that it's because ERCOT needs to do something and have a review. And when they look into it, they might find out that it might be the case that the ball is in our court, but most of the time, or in some cases, it is still, we're waiting on information from the transmission service provider. And that disconnection in the communications is one of the things that we are wanting to and are leading on in fixing, in establishing those clear lines of communications and developing a portal for the customers who are wanting to go or who are going through this large load interconnection process, so they can have secure access to this information and know where their current project is at and who has the ball and where those clear handoffs are. So that is something, because we don't have that direct relationship with the end user. Our direct relationship is with the transmission service provider.
Great, so you're developing another avenue where you could accelerate the
Yes, sir.
process. So is that going to get done? Is that being done? Is it?
Yes, we're starting, by the end of next week, we should be starting to transmit more of that information to the transmission service providers, so they have the information about where we see the projects are at in the process, so they can continue to refine that and say, no, this project we think is a little bit further, so that will start in the near future. The development of that portal, we should start that process or be, one of our targets is for the end of the year, and then, of course, moving forward, having that something where the loads can have access to the customers. Additionally, I think it's also important, there's been a lot of talk about the stakeholder process that we're going through. Much like the legislature, ERCOT has the stakeholder process, and it's like a mini legislature, if you wouldn't want to call it that. ERCOT has the ability to file, so a member of the legislature can file a bill to affect the statutes. And in the ERCOT stakeholder process, a market participant can file a revision request to affect the binding documents. And ERCOT has the ability to file revision requests, but we are not a voting member of those committees that they go to. And it's the market that is the voting members of those. So all the language and all of the different input variables that you're hearing about today that could affect the batch zero composition for the inclusion criteria for what it takes to become a part of that batch. We are leading that discussion in regards to that that revision request, but ultimately that has to be voted on by the members of the Reliability and Operations Subcommittee, which is made up of the consumer groups, co-ops, the generators, the marketers, the retail electric providers, and the utilities. And then if it gets out of that committee, then it goes to the Technical Advisory Committee, which is analogous to the full house, so to speak, and it requires a 2/3 vote there of those market members. If it gets to that point, then it goes to the ERCOT Independent Board of Directors, and then after that is approved there, it goes to the PUC for ratification. That structure was something that was done post-Winter Storm Uri in that legislative session in terms of having to have the PUC ratify all of the revision requests that we're going through. So this is a market-driven, ERCOT is leading on this process, but at the end of the day, the market participants are the voters for this in the stakeholder process.
But staff hold a key position in that. So that staff is incredibly important to the development of this entire apparatus.
So yeah, we have to, ERCOT staff has to manage not only the analysis for the revision requests that we are responsible for, but those that are filed by others. And it is a daunting challenge, and I have some very smart colleagues.
Well, you might need some more, is what
We
I'm
might need
saying.
some more.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Ms. T.
When persons, operators give you the money that's gonna cost them for whatever the operation may be, and do you put it in interest-bearing account?
In terms of the financial security,
Yeah.
that is held by the transmission service providers. That is not something that is collected or maintained by ERCOT.
Okay. Members, other questions? So, Mr. McQueenie, surely you have something to say? Okay. Looks like that's it. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Right. Before we get out of here, members, I expect we are going to have a busy April, May, and first part of June. It's kind of my goal to get through as much of it as we can where we're not here in July and August. So you expect a hearing notice coming your way soon. Members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, committee stands adjourned, subject call of the chair.